Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm about to share some information with you guys that's very important. And let me just go ahead and say thank you for tuning in. If you will, please hit the like button and tweet this out. Put it on your Facebook wall. Don't be selfish. Share it. And give me a minute to get everybody in the building and to put this on my Facebook wall. Thank y'all for bearing with me because we know how it is when you doing live videos. I thank y'all for being patient. I'm also not going to hold you too long. I know you can hear the beeps in the background because I'm conversating with some people in a Facebook group that I posted in, but I'm gonna go ahead and shut that down right now. A couple of folks asking me for the link for this show, so let me put that, and then we're gonna go ahead and start, because the only reason I'm live right now is because what I'm about to share with you had me up all night, y'all. So let me go ahead and I'm doing so much. How y'all doing today? I'm not able to look at the chat right now, but I'm about to set up. So give me like one more minute and I'll be right back. We're going to start. Okay, guys, how many of you have heard about this September 23rd Doomsday? If you've heard about it, let me know, and let me know what you heard about it. I've done a lot of research on it. I'm going to go ahead and share with you. Basically, in a nutshell, what's going on September 23rd is one of the biggest planetary alignments of the year. And it's not being publicized. They publicized the eclipse. So why aren't they publicizing this equinox that's about to take place? Well, I'll tell you why. They're actually using this equinox that's about to take place to stage a end of world scenario. So I don't want to scare y'all, but I do want to give you the truth. I just kind of hit the start streaming button and I wasn't ready. So I'm just going to be ready and get into it now. A lot of videos online right now, and I'm going to go ahead and share the screen so we can share some of those. Before we even get into any of the other stuff, let's just kind of research exactly what an equinox is, because a lot of us, we don't know even what the equinox is. Well, the word equinox in a nutshell, it can be broken down into two parts, equi and nox. Equi means equal. Nox means night. So equinox means equal nights. And what happens at equinox day is we have perfect days and perfect nights, so they say. Now, me personally, I think there's something to look into with this daylight saving time agenda. I think there's something to research because I would like to argue that we have perfect days and night every night, but it don't seem that way because they control the time that's on the clocks. Just like today is September 18, 2017. Well, that's what day it is on a Gregorian calendar. But Septos means 7. Today, Septos is actually, this month symbolizes the end of the macro week. You got 7 days of the week. And on a bigger scale, you actually only have like a 7-month cycle with your months ending on Septos. I know a lot of folks bring up November and December as part of the months because 10 for Deca and all of that. But I'm pretty sure they're correct and I'm correct as well. I guess what I'm trying to get at here is the fact that 7 symbolically means completion. It means to see even. 7. When you say something is severe, it's important. When you say it's severed, it don't mean it's split. It mean it has expanded by a split. Sort of like when you split a cell and it becomes 2, it's still the same thing. But like they said, we don't divide, multiply. If you look at a Jewish menorah, it's 7 points. And it pretty much breaks down what's going to happen on September the 23rd. This is a very important day. And there's a lot of Kemetic people in the conscious community. And what they don't know is on this day, the pyramids at Giza is actually going to be in alignment with Orion. Did you hear what I just said? All of the people in the Kemetic community, y'all, who love Kemeticism, they love the pyramids. I want to they know that the pyramids at Giza is actually going to be aligned with Orion on the 23rd. One of the things, and let me put some up here for you to look at, because I'm getting ahead of myself right now and I'm talking, and I don't have no information up here to match my vocals with the visuals. So here we go. This will give you an idea, and if you don't understand, don't worry. I'm finna break all of this down. And I think the best thing to do would put the one up with the Orion alignment actually on it. So let's go ahead and smack that baby right there. So look here. What's going to happen for you Kemetic people? All right. What's going to happen September 23rd is the great alignment. And not only is we going to have all of the planetary bodies in alignment with Polaris and the moon and sun and the North Pole, but not only is the pyramids at Giza going to be aligned up with this planetary event, but the pyramids in Mexico and also the temple of Nadra in the Maltese temples of Nadra. This actually proves flat earth, because there's no way you're going to have all of these different temples around the earth aligned with the same celestial event. Some of these temples are opposed to each other if we were on a globe, to whereas only one of these geographic events would be able to face this celestial alignment at one given time. But what we're going to see on September 23rd is all of these temples all around the earth is going to be aligning with the same planetary alignment, and that can only be possible on a flat earth. So what just happened was a big moment for the flat earthers when the eclipse came, because we was able to prove the eclipse, use the eclipse to prove flat earth. What if I told you that that eclipse proving flat earth ain't nothing? What if I told you that this is the big event? This right here was what proved flat earth hands down more than any eclipse can. And when you see how deep it is, you're going to see why I say that, because we haven't even got midway deep into this yet. So let me go ahead and start reading to you what an eclipse is according to the Irish calendar. So the equinox is the date some astronomical alignments in Ireland mark as being auspicious. Not many, mind you, but some, like the Cairn on Longcrew or the 2 passages of Coth. Let me go ahead and show y'all what I'm looking at. All right. So a sort of super alignment with quadruple significance. You hear that? A super alignment with quadruple significance. People, oh man, let me just keep going. I ask y'all to be patient, because I'm so kind of worked up here, because I'm excited about what I'm sharing, and it's very important what I'm sharing. We're in a very dangerous time. This video is the most important video I ever made in my YouTube career, and probably one of the most videos out of all my videos I would tell people to watch right now. You really need to see this. So share it, guys, because we still at the intro of it. Basically, from the days of September 20th to the September 23rd, a 3-day period, which is symbolic. When we read about Jesus and the resurrection that happened for 3 days, we link this to the Easter time. Well, what happens during Easter time is going to be happening from the 20th to the 23rd on a celestial level. So I know during Easter time, we don't have these alignments in the sky. That's because the calendar is off. We are essentially in the real Easter time, or Ishtar. This is the time of Ishtar. And when you start researching Ishtar, you will see that this is actually was symbolized by the star of Ishtar, or Ashtaroth, or the star of Isis. It's called Mabon. A lot of cultures around the world understand that from September 20th to September 24th is the most spiritual time of the year. And that September itself is 7, means 7. And that this 7 is very spiritual when we deal with creation, because what's going to happen during this time is what they call renewal or recreation. The Egyptians said that Osiris is being resurrected. The equivalent to Osiris resurrection would be Jesus. Jesus is known as the Lion of Judah. Yes, the Lion of Judah will be present during this alignment, and he will be in the center of the whole alignment. This is why they said Jesus is coming back during this time, and the Christians are going crazy right now. But what's happening is Jesus is a personification of Leo the Lion of Judah, which is going to be in the center of this alignment with the virgin below him. So Jesus is coming back with the virgin, but that virgin was called a great whore in Revelation. Now we're going to get some more into this, but let me just go ahead and finish reading this because I don't want to skip ahead too much. So the equinox is far less obvious an astronomical event than the two solstices celebrated in Ireland, and also the subject of astronomical alignments. It is like the equinox, which occurs in between a winter solstice and a summer solstice, and vice versa, twice a year. However, it is just one event, and the spring and autumn equinox happens at different dates, but are for all intents and purposes identical events. That's very important for you to realize, because that's what I'm telling you. The whole significance of the spring equinox and how it's related to Easter, which is Ishtar, it's this whole mythological scenario playing out right now on a celestial scale. So I don't know if you remember what you did for Easter this year, but I know you weren't looking up in the sky at one of the most awesome planetary alignments you're going to witness in your lifetime. Let me repeat. September 23rd, what you're going to see in the sky is going to be one of the most breathtaking events you've ever lifted your head up and saw. And a lot of people are going to be scared, and a lot of people just going to be speechless. You are actually going to look up in the sky on this date and see every major celestial planetary body making a straight line. Now, in the process of this coming to be, well, a lot of people may say, is it going to be an exactly straight line? Let me be specific here. Nothing is perfect, not even the alignment of the pyramids at Giza. So if you're talking about a straight, perfect line, come on, people, give me a break. It's going to be an alignment, okay? Meaning all of these planetary bodies going to be in a line. Don't mean it's going to be a perfect line, but what it's going to be is an alignment. And this alignment is going to look like a serpent with the brightest at the top of the head and the moon at the foot. So if you look at a lot of the moon goddesses, they are portrayed as an anchor, because this alignment is one of the most significant alignments in our lifetime. The ancestors said this was the most revered planetary event, and they're not even publishing it, and they're also publishing it as something to be scared of. They're going to use this alignment to wreak havoc on the inhabitants and try to make the book of Revelation come to life. Nature is not attacking us, y'all. All of the ancestors spoke of what's finna happen on the 23rd in a good light. They said it's a time of fertility, a time of happiness, a time for you to renew yourself. And it was a very spiritual time. They're hiding that. None of the ancients said that a cataclysm happened during this time. It was only to our time when government agents seeded that misinformation out there. And I did a video on the origin of the Nibiru lie. You can go on brosancheztv and look at it. I got videos on the Nibiru telling you the history of the Zeta Reticuli system and the Sirius star system deception and how they lied about what the Dogon was teaching. This is very important. They've been planning what's going to happen on the 23rd for so long. And if you think these hurricanes is something, you ain't saw nothing yet. It's actually going to be biblical events happening, but it's not going to be nature. It's going to be the same people that was controlling this weather during these fake hurricanes. If you think them hurricanes was something, you haven't saw nothing yet. I'm trying to tell y'all this is the most important video that I ever made in my life. Now this alignment is going to be breathtaking. We haven't saw nothing like this in our lifetime. Your parents have it. But the ancestors knew about it, and all of them was on the same page with it. And all of the ancient temples is going to be conjoining this alignment. In other words, the physical reality is going to marry the spiritual or celestial reality on this date. These ancient temples on this earth are connected to each and every last one of you. They are points in reference on our plane of consciousness to link up to certain celestial events. You don't have to never take a trip to Egypt or to the Maltese temples, but we are all connected to these temples, and there are certain temples and pyramids on every continent. That's how you are connected to them. These things are emitting energy, and they will be vibrating at the most highest energy they've ever been during these dates. These temples are basically finna come to life. The ancient world is gonna meet our world and the future. All dimensions is gonna mesh together. A portal is gonna be opening during this time. They threw us off like the eclipse was what it was, but the eclipse was the signification. The eclipse was the alarm. The eclipse was what they said when what happened was when John the Baptist prepared the way for the Christ. The eclipse is synonymous of the John the Baptist. Okay, during the baptism, when you go in the water and come out, it's a blink, just like an eclipse is going in and coming out. The water will be equivalent to the darkness, and the sun is being baptized by that darkness. That dark object can be looked at as a form of John the Baptist, but it is preparing the way for the Christ. The Christ is nothing more but, let me blow this up. If you're looking at this alignment, you will see that the sun is going to be in the middle of all of this. And where the sun is in proximity to Leo. So when we talk about the Christ, and if you think about this whole event taking place with 3 days, all right, and it's centered around the Christ, if you look at where the sun is on this demonstration, you will see to the right of the sun is Leo, and to the left is Virgo. That's LV or Louis Vuitton, Las Vegas. In fact, LV is the most, LV relates to Venus and it relates to Lucifer. When you say LV, you're saying elf, which is a mythological creature. It's a dwarf. They wear the hat that actually symbolized this whole celestial event. And that elf hat became the Moorish fez as well. So what am I saying is you can find this event at the forefront of everyone's history and cosmology. And it is the most prime event to look forward to. This is what's called the Alpha and Omega, because you have Alpha Draconis lining up with Orion, which is Omega. Orion is Omega, and the dragon Alpha Draconis is the Alpha. It's the head, and the tail would be Orion, or what they call the belt, all right, where your butt is, your waist area. Those 3 stars is Orion's belt. We have been taught that the pyramids at Giza is lined up with Orion's belt, but that's not true. It's deeper than that. Those pyramids are not just aligned with Orion's belt, but they are aligned at the center of this celestial event, meaning it's not just about Orion. It's the entire alignment from the dragon's head to his tail. We are about to see the serpent in the sky on this date, y'all. Now, if you go outside tonight, like I did last night, you can already see the alignment. I'm going to be putting up a sky map here in a minute, and you can already see all of these planets coming together about to align up. And on the 23rd, they'll be fully aligned. So the eclipse that aligned with the black hole, because it wasn't the moon, we all know that. The eclipse that was swallowed by Rahu was actually a microcosm of a grand alignment that's going to happen now. This is the center of the whole event, because after this event, there's going to be another lunar eclipse to close it off. The moon is always the benedict or the revealer. Remember that the book of Revelation is the last book, because a new book is written after this. Y'all, what's so significant about what's finna happen September 23rd is we have reached the end of the Gregorian calendar. All right. This was what's gonna, this is kind of like what they was trying to tell you for Y2K when they said we was running out of time and they couldn't reset the clocks. Their leap year deception is over, y'all, because they won't be able to explain this on the globe no longer. Okay, let me explain what I'm talking about real quick, because this is just a live quick video of something that I'm gonna be going more thorough and in depth with in a minute. But if you look at how globalists explain this event, let me pull up some slides for you guys, because we have to have pictures to go with what we're saying. So let's do that. There's one. Let's pull up one more, and I think I can be able to do this. Remember that LV is Leo and Virgo. Louis Vuitton, and these alphabets are actually sigils. The L and the V are angles or angels. The archangels are returning, and they're accompanying Jesus or the Son. Now, this whole thing about the trumpets and the number 7, the 7 seals, the 7 trumpets, if you think about it, what they're telling you is this is the trial and tribulation time. But it has nothing to do with bad times. The only reason it's going to be bad times is because the people who manipulate nature is creating these cataclysms. It's not nothing nature's doing. So yes, in that sense, it's going to be a tribulation, a trial. But if you look at the root word of tribulation and trial, it's TRI, which is Trinity or 3. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. And that's exactly how many pyramids is at Giza and how many is at the site in Mexico and others, because it's a Trinitarian event. There's 3 ways you can perceive reality: first person, second person, and third person. We perceive our reality in first person most of our life, and sometimes in second person when we in a dream state or talking to ourselves. But third person is when we perceive it from first and second person at the same time and are conscious to the fact what we're doing. So third person would be, for example, God looking at his creation, knowing that he is the creation, and having a conversation with the creation as if he don't know the creation while knowing the creation. In other words, the Trinitarian aspect is what happened when you lucid dream. That's why it's called lucid dream, because this is Luciferian energy, which is female energy. Remember, Lucifer is the goddess. The alphabets L, O, and V, and E are very symbolic. They're actually hieroglyphs. And they also what we use to spell love with. And when you think of Drake, the rapper Drake, he tell you about ovo. And what they're telling you is ovaries. The ovaries of the woman actually is going to be linked to this event too. If you look at the woman's body, this alignment is going to be linked to the vein or the venous tract, what's called a vagina. And as it goes up the shaft of the vagina, it's a crossroad when you reach the uterus. This is what the ankh is. But remember that the ankh is the anchor, telling you that this is the ending. Because remember, the ending is the God-like part of the book. Because the ending has the middle part of the book and a beginning in it. The ending knows what happened in the beginning and the middle. The ending has all of it in it. Just like the mama give birth to the man and the woman, and that darkness behind the skies was considered a divine womb, a feminine deity, and it encompasses the whole cosmos. And when you say encompasses, the word that you have in there is compass. So they said that this was a time of compassion, and we see the root word of compass in there. We also see that the word passion has the root word pass, and because this is the great passing. After this alignment, which was also referred to as the churning of the milk with Vishnu, because this is the time where our vision will be renewed. The tug of war is a sign of balance where people pulling on the same rope 50-50, ain't nobody winning. If you look at that battle of Vishnu, nobody won, because they telling you this alignment what's happening now. Everything in our celestial heavens above will marry each other, and the sun will be at the middle of it all. This is the story of Jesus, or Jesus. But what you got to realize is Jesus is just a personification of feminine renewal energy in a patriarchal form. Now, I started this live stream thinking to myself, hey, I'm going to be sharing up my screen with everything I say, showing all of my links and going through my picture slides. However, it's been 30 minutes and I've just been giving you all of my captions without sharing the images to each one. So forgive me for that. I hope you have a visual of what I'm saying with just the picture in front of you, because I realize it's going to be more complicated than I thought to be switching amongst slides and images while trying to stay on subject. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just keep on doing videos on this until you guys fully get it. And I'll be going live on this all the way up into the 13th, even while all the way up into the 23rd, all the way up until this happening. Now let's get back to the significance of this, because you have Leo, you have the Virgin, and you have Orion. So that's Leo, Orion, and the Virgin, LVO. This is the evolve, ovo, love energy. The ovo is the ovaries. So where the sun is really not. The sun symbolizes the center of this whole event. And basically, hold on, let me get this out. Let me get this out here. So look at here. You see the sun is surrounded by Leo and Virgo, just like Jesus was surrounded by the two thieves. Virgo would be one thief, and I guess Leo would be the other thief. But this also ties into Draco. We're only looking at one part of this thing now. And by me not referring to all of my notes, I'm kind of all over the place, but I'm kind of trying to give a big rundown, summarization, introduction here before we start reading these hour-long articles and stuff that I have for you, because this is going to be a lot of information. They've been faking this stuff for eons, and I'm basically giving you thousands of years worth of occult knowledge, and I'm trying to cram it into these quick videos over the next couple of days before the 23rd. This is very important because this is going to be a beautiful event but we're not going to be able to enjoy the beauty of it because they're going to be using this alignment that we've all never saw before to say that this is the end of the world. But it's not the end of the world. It's the end of the Gregorian calendar. After this date, the events that's going to take place is going to make the Gregorian calendar pretty much be exposed for what it is. It's not accurate, and it was made to hide our true place in the cosmos and where we are in reference to time. All of the celestial events that's been leading up to this have been exposing not only NASA's globe, but the calendar that supports that globe and that was tailored to fit that cosmology, which is the Gregorian calendar. This is something that flat earthers don't deal with. We basically deal with just the globe, but we don't deal with the flat calendar that supports the spin. Think about it. Every day the globe spin is a 24-hour day that they're accounted for on a calendar. And this calendar is a record of this whole heliocentric deception. So you have to equally deal with the Gregorian calendar debunking as well as we debunk the globe. It's a two-edged sword. This is why it's so hard to debunk the globe, because we're not dealing with the calendar that goes with it. Events on a Gregorian calendar make sense on the globe. So if you don't debunk these events in their connection, in their relation to what's being said and when they're going to occur on a Gregorian calendar, we're going to always be at a disadvantage, flat earthers. Globe earthers are saying, listen, yo, we can predict these events. But if you think about it, they're really not predicting these events on a correct time scale. In other words, it's not September 18 today. And a lot of globalists predicted this event to happen on September 23rd. But if the ancients were here, they wouldn't be saying September. They wouldn't have the calendar we have, but they would still have the prediction. So what is going on with this Gregorian deception? You got to think about leap year. You got to think about the fact that what's happening, this alignment on the 23rd debunks the Earth's tilt. Now let me show you what I'm talking about. So the September equinox, as you see here at the bottom, they got a little diagram of how it's going to look. The only problem with the diagram is the Earth's axis. You notice it's not tilted. You notice that on their diagram here, the Earth is not tilted. Now, this is very important to lock in your head, because just a while back during the eclipse, they gave us an example of how the eclipse would work on a globe. And I don't have the picture right now. Just kind of close your eyes and think about that example if you can. What they did was gave us an incorrect scale to show how the eclipse would work on a globe. They couldn't give us the correct scale with the moon being 238,000 miles away and show us how we would have with the sun and moon being millions of miles away, we wouldn't have had a local eclipse that just took place in a while back in America. That was only visible from North America. It should have been visible from that whole side of the hemisphere of that globe if the sun and moon were so far away like they say. That distance would cancel out any local phenomena. You can't have local phenomena with celestial objects that's not local. Objects that's millions and hundreds of thousands of miles away would never give you a local phenomena. So when they tried to explain to you how the eclipse was local on a globe, they had to pull the moon up very close to the Earth and give you an inaccurate scale. I say all of that to say this. Whenever they try to explain natural phenomena on a globe which is unnatural, they have to give you incorrect scales. So in this case, to explain to us why the hell we're going to be seeing all of these planetary alignments and conjunctions on the 23rd, they have to give us a fake model by making the Earth axis up right now. So we know that on a flat Earth, there is no wobbly axis and all of that blasphemous imperfections that they try to say the creator is dumb and created a ball that wobbles. Well, the creator is exposing these liars with nature. And the best they can do is try to hide nature. So on the 23rd, the whole world is going to know that the creator is perfect and intelligent. But they're not going to know it, because when this perfect alignment take place, we're going to be attacked by the government. And they're going to think that nature is attacking them, just like the hurricane victims. So they're in between the Most High and the Most High's children, which is me and you, by reinterpreting what nature is to you. And if they reinterpret what the creation is to you, they interpret to you what the creator is, because we only know the creator through the creation. So this is why they go through so much trouble to say what's going on in the sky, and they lying about the earth and everything, because these are the things that define the creator to us, the creator's creation. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this some more. And what we see here on the bottom left is the equinoxes, and this is the typical malarkey that you get from mainstream science and NASA and the likes. On the bottom to your left, all right, and just ignore this September equinox for a minute. I'm going to come back to that. On this model right here, you're seeing your top scientists in major, schools of thought that run our science fields today. You see that they are actually explaining this equinox with a tilted earth. And what I want you to point out and keep in mind is the inconsistencies when you got all of these professional scientists trying to explain themselves. It's like they can do whatever they want to do to the model, long as it fit their lie. They don't give us a consistent model. They give us a model that they constantly bend and change to explain what we naturally see. Nature don't lie to us. And the same event that we're about to see on the 23rd, all of the ancients been predicting it, y'all, for so long. The ancients were looking forward to it. The ancients got this thing all over their temples and in their walls. If the ancients were able to predict it, that lets you know it's a natural, perfect occurring phenomena that occurs no different than the 4 seasons occur every year, and it's nothing to be afraid of. But now what they're doing in our time is taking what the ancients knew and corrupting it to make us be in fear of the truth of the ancients, and that truth is the truth of nature, the truth of you and me, and what's going on in our house. This is our home. And if you walked inside of your home every day in fear, thinking that the roof was going to fall on you, you would be a miserable person, family. So how did man convince us to walk outside every day, look up at the sky, which is so beautiful, but be in fear? And then we walk inside of his man-made temples and have no fear. We trust that his buildings are stable, but we don't think that the creator created a stable creation. Every time you turn around, man is telling us something that's blasphemous against that intelligent creator that created this creation. We know that the Most High is not dumb. We know man as sure as hell is not smarter than the Most High. We know that the Most High is not going to come back and kill us with meteors and comets because we've been acting bad and producing carbon out of our cars and throwing paper on the ground. They want you to think Mother Nature is this bitch that just love to whip you up with hurricanes and tornadoes because you breathing too much of her air. Y'all, the Most High isn't like that. The Most High is infinite. The Most High created this place that we can do whatever we want to do and never destroy it. Do that mean we should be tearing it down and polluting it like we doing? Hell no, because when you do that, the Most High also create a reality for you that fits your actions. So it ain't like we can destroy the earth. The earth can't be destroyed and it won't be destroyed. Only thing that will be destroyed and recreated is the mentality and mindset of the masses. And based on where we at mentally is what we will create in our physical reality. As above, so below. The way we perceive what happens in the sky is what we build on the ground. So we built temples in the ancient world because we understood the perfection of the movement of the celestial bodies. So we built temples to mimic and reflect that, and also lived according to that in our lifestyle. Even when we meditate, we assume the moon goddess position. Remember, I told you the Ankh is the anchor. The moon crest goddesses are in the shape of an anchor because the anchor symbolizes the ending, or the book of Revelation, where all things are revealed. So that is symbolic of the number 7. That's why you get the 7 seals, all of this stuff. What happens really is the 7 is the number of completion, but the 7th is the Sabbath. It's not Sunday. Saturday should be the 7th day. Sunday is for the sun. Moon day, Monday is for the moon, and Saturday is for Saturn. But Saturn has nothing to do with this ring planet that NASA give you. It's the yin yang symbol. It's a ball with a ring around it, or a ball with a line through it, meaning balance. This is what's going to take place during this alignment. This is really the celestial Sabbath that's going to take place. So Saturn, get the whole planet out of your mind, else that'll throw you off. Okay? Get that out of your mind. Saturn is Satan. They told you that the great dragon will be coming during the time of trial and tribulation. Well, really what's happened is the great dragon is the Alpha Draconis. And it is coming to basically do everything that the book of Revelation said. Meaning that they was able to prophesy this because all of the ancients already knew about this alignment. It's nothing new, y'all. It's only new in our lifetime because for the last 5,000 years, they've been hiding this stuff from us. So now they're bringing it back out on the false pretenses that what we're going to see is the mark of the beast and the return of the great dragon. No one is going to literally see this Antichrist and this a dragon flying in the sky. You're going to see the stars shaped like a dragon or a serpent woman, or the mother goddess that I always teach all about, who had the head of a woman and the body of a snake, or either it was a body of a fish. She is the mermaid, or Satan, the great dragon. This is why when females get married, they wear a long dress to symbolize what's going to happen on the 23rd. Remember that the moon, all right? And before I move this, let me deal with it because I'm all over the place. Basically, I put this up, and I'm going to get back to the moon and the anchoring and the female being the ending. She's the Alpha and Omega. The Alpha Draconis is the head of the dragon, and the Omega is the tail of it, symbolizing the masculine. The Omega is the Osiris. She's giving birth. Or in other cultures, it was said that this serpent lady or this serpent is shedding its skin. It's getting new skin and leaving the old one behind. So everything is going to be new out the 23rd. Even you're going to be a new person. It's kind of like in the Matrix when they shine that light and delete your memory and everything becomes anew. This is why this is an annual event. Think about that, people. This is an annual phenomenon. And when you say annual, dealing with the equinoxes, it's annual. They killing us with the way we pronounce this stuff. You got to start pronouncing words in all ways of the spectrum in the phonetic sound spectrum. This is how you get caught up in the English prison, and you become a prisoner to the English language. Not because the English language is a prison language, but because you limit yourself with the English language by only pronouncing the English words in the English way. Think about it. How do Mexicans pronounce English words? How do Middle English people, how do African people pronounce English words? They pronounce them with their own dialect. And when they say English words, they say them different than us. And when they say them, they get the phonetic truth and etymology, because the way we have been taught to pronounce the words is the prison, not the words themselves. That's a trap. But you can decipher them if, for example, we say Jesus. And because we say Jesus, we think of a blue-eyed deity. But if you pronounce it the way the Mexicans pronounce it, which is Jesus, you see the origins of Jesus, which is the deity Zeus, who predates Jesus, who he come from. So now you get the truth by just pronouncing it in different ways. Remember, when you say equinox, equi is equal, and nox is actually the goddess of night. Nox is a female goddess of night. She's equivalent to the moon goddesses and Nut and Kemet. This is actually the Trinity deity, or would have been the Holy Ghost in the Bible, symbolized by a dove. This deity is the Alpha and Omega. It encompasses the Father and Son. So in other words, this deity encompasses the man and woman, because they both come from this deity, which is simply the great womb. So this alignment on the 23rd is the same alignment that happens when you look at the womb of a woman. Matter of fact, let me actually wait before I get into that, and I can put the pictures up. Let me deal with what I got in front of you, and we'll hop back to that. So what you're looking at now, I brought it up to debunk the globe and debunk NASA. Okay, because in this model, they showing you the equinoxes. They showing you all of the equinoxes in this model. And they saying how these equinoxes is perfect on a tilted globe, all right, with a tilted axis. However, they didn't contradict themselves when they come over here and try to explain this September equinox with the earth standing upright. People, I haven't felt the earth move. Don't you think if the earth was to go from a tilted axis to all of a sudden standing upright, that there will be global catastrophes beyond imagination? Don't you know? Think about what I'm saying. Because the only way they can explain this is by saying, hey, Brother Sanchez, you right. On this first model, that's the way the earth is tilted, and that's the way we get equinoxes, with a tilted earth, Brother Sanchez. What you talking about? And then I asked them, well, okay, well, why the earth ain't tilted right here during this equinox like you just showed? Because if you show me this is the way equinoxes look on one hand, but then say, but wait a minute. Not the September equinox. Actually, during the September equinox, the earth is actually going to be equal now. It debunks the globe, y'all. Because in order for the earth to go from a tilted axis to a straight up axis, y'all, all the water in the ocean will have to move immediately. This is an event that's going to happen over 3 days. So they telling me that the earth axis is going to tilt starting on the 20th to the 23rd. The earth axis is going to tilt, and we ain't going to feel it. What it is we're not going to feel it. They're going to try to create the events that would happen if the earth would actually tilt its axis and stand upright. So what am I saying? I'm saying that the earth is not tilted. We're on a flat earth, and the celestial luminaries are moving in their circuits above us, creating this alignment. We're still as still can be. The fact that all of these temples all over the earth are aligning themselves on the 23rd with this event prove we ain't on a globe like what you see in this picture. We got to be on a flat earth. If everybody all over the earth can look up at the same alignment on the 23rd, use your head, people. Wake up and smell the coffee and realize this ain't a time to play. I didn't get no sleep last night because I had to get this to you, and this got to go viral. It got to go viral. If it don't, man, I'm going to be sad, because everybody, even flat earthers, are talking about, is the earth going in? And we should have more sense than the globalists. We should be known as a flat earther. There's no way this alignment could be possible on a globe, and there's no way the earth going in. Think about it. Look at how hypocritical it is. You got all of these Christians going around and these videos going viral. There's a dude who put a video out this morning. It got over 5 million views. All of the news stations are reporting this as the incoming because they want us to believe that. So when the shit start hitting the fan, we'll think it's the Most High and we don't know it's the government. The earth is not tilted. Now they're telling you on the 20th, the earth's axis is going to stand up, but we ain't going to feel it. And the ocean waters ain't going to have no big event because of it. So if on the 20th, the earth axis is going to go from tilted to upright over the process of 3 days and finally be upright on that third day, y'all can see how they get the mythological Jesus story and how he rose again on the third day. Okay, let me move this again. Think about it, y'all. Jesus would be the sun on this map here. Virgo would be one thief. Leo would be the other thief. Now, if you think about the open tomb concept, what they showing you is the eclipse. The open tomb with the rock halfway in front of the tomb is nothing but the MasterCard symbol. They showing you the miniature scale of this alignment. This same thing that happened during the eclipse is going to happen with all of the luminaries. So it's not going to be an alignment of just Rahu and Ketu and the sun and the moon. It's going to be Rahu, Ketu, the sun, moon, the seven, well, that includes the sun and moon, the 7 wandering stars, Polaris, and also another great red star called Aldebaran or Aldebaran. This is what became Wormwood or Nibiru. When they changed the mythology, they changed the definition of the event, and that's very important. When they changed the name from Aldebaran, or they changed the name from what the ancients had it and gave you Nibiru, then they changed the concept of what we're going to be seeing. So Aldebaran is thought by some, including myself, I think that this just may be our second sun that exists beyond the ring. And there are celestial objects beyond the Antarctic ring that are going to be in alignment with ours. This alignment combines all worlds. It combines the celestial plane above to the earthly realms here in the middle or Midgard, and also to the underworld below, because this is aligning with the center of the earth. The sun will be aligned with Polaris, and all of this alignment will be in conjunction with Polaris and the North Pole. So if you can think of a capital T, this is what's going to be happening. All of these luminaries align, and in the middle of the alignment, you're going to have a pole. You're going to get Ma'at manifested in all of this. So you can look at this a lot of ways. And remember, if you look at Virgo here on this chart, and if you look in the bottom left corner, you see again that the moon is always at the bottom. It's the revelation. It's the ending, because it's what's become new after all of this. See, because what's going to happen, and I'm going to show you some pictures right now. Here's the phases of the moon. If you look at the top left, that's what's called a new moon. But what happens during a new moon is there is no moon. You have never seen a new moon in your life. Think about that. So when they say that there's a new moon, what they're saying is the moon actually enters Nut. She is what's called new. When they talk about an annual phenomena, they're talking about this hidden vein that we can't see in the sky. But if you look at Nut in Kemetic cosmology, you will see that the sun and moon are entering her body, making a transit that goes off of our plane. So that's something we need to look into. The sun and moon has a relationship to invisible bodies, and they enter and exit portals that we can't see. It can explain the phases of the moon and also these eclipses. This dark hole, or black hole as NASA call it, they tell you if you enter it, you go to another dimension, or it's a portal into another gateway or world. They even tell you that in a dumb heliocentric universe. They tell you in space, when you enter a black hole, you go to a whole nother universe. Well, we're about to enter a black hole. We enter them all the time. When the moon renews itself, we enter new universes. Your mind is synced to the celestial luminaries. Whether you participate or not, you either fail or succeed. In other words, nature don't care if you don't know what's going on. You either tap into the energy of what's happened or you don't. And it either work for you or against you. So that's just how they're creating hell, because nature don't care if you don't know. Nature don't know that you don't know. And with predictive programming and them speaking a dual language, they actually telling us the truth, but you're not decoding it. So nature don't have no idea that you don't know. They got the symbols all in your face. They telling you through mythology what's going to happen, and it's happening. They're just giving you a different dialogue, which is unnatural, which is contrary to what is natural, what we literally gonna see. So these natural events have always taken place, and there's always been new moons. Why would this time be any different? Because they have planned this for the last 5,000 years. This is why this is the most important video I ever made in my life. They have planned this event. Listen, y'all, what's finna happen, everybody always knew about it. Man, let me show you something right now, because y'all think I'm playing. What's finna happen is called Mabon. It's the autumn equinox. It's a very rare alignment that happens during this time. There's always equinoxes, but during this autumn equinox is a great alignment. This is a special one. Now, if you look at what's called Mabon, this is all about the witches of the craft. Remember that everything I teach on my channel about the witches and how they eclipse the moon with their broom. The broom is the bridge or the bride. The bride is the bridge or the broom of the witch. She is the one who's the gateway. So when you think bride or matriarch, it's the woman's womb which holds the mitochondrial DNA, holds the lineage or the bloodline. All right, the DNA. In our time, they reverse the roles, and the man now holds the lineage, and the woman get his last name. So what's going to happen now is the end of the patriarch concept. The great mother is returning. All of our concepts coming on in the future is going to be matriarchal concepts, but it's going to be a huge period of transitioning from patriarchy to matriarchy, and we're at the forefront of it now. So when you think of the scarab beetle rolling the dung beetle in Kemet, remember the dung beetle rolling the ball is the same thing of the open tomb and the Jesus resurrection of the rock being rolled from the tomb. That rolling, all right, let me give you a picture. That rolling of the tomb is the same rolling that the dung beetle. So in other words, the mythology of the dung beetle rolling the egg was corrupted and became Jesus' tomb rolling. And I'm going to show y'all why we got bread. If you think of the shape of this tomb, it's an arch shape that symbolizes Nut. The roll or the stone, the door of the tomb actually symbolizes Aldebaran, or what many are calling Nibiru. So Nibiru or Aldebaran is going to be aligned with the great womb. This is our second son, and this is sex magic. This is why Jesus was able to be resurrected. Remember that resurrection is death and rebirth. It can only happen with sex, man and woman. So what you say when you talk about resurrection, you're talking about sex. You're talking about the male phallus being magnetically influenced by the female. Remember in Kemet, the female goddesses wear the horns. That's why I keep telling you this is all linked to Satan or Saturn. They told you the devil coming back, but really the goddess coming back. They told you Jesus being resurrected, but really the great mother is resurrecting both of her sons, which is our son and the other son, Aldebaran. So when you say resurrection, all right, think of the open tomb as being the open womb. The tomb is the womb. And when you look at the tomb of the pyramids on Giza, they are aligned with the womb of the virgin above them in the star. It had nothing to do with no Orion. The pyramids at Giza is telling you the virgin birth that the Bible stole, family. If you look above the three pyramids, which is there's Jesus on the cross with the two thieves. Above them, you see the same thing. The pyramid in the middle would be Jesus, and on each side of him is a thief. If you go back to our little thingy right here, you can see what I'm talking about. This is above the three pyramids. And Leo and the sun would be above the pyramid in the middle. You hear me? Leo and the sun is Jesus with the halo coming back. Jesus is Leo the lion, y'all. He's not a real deity coming to save you Christians. And I have a bone to pick with Rob Skiba, because if you're a Christian flat earther right now, there's no way you still believe Jesus exists after seeing all of this. There's no way you can literally believe that Jesus existed after us knowing that the earth is flat and how the luminaries work and me showing you this. You're a fucking troll after this. Now, I never said nothing disrespectful to Rob Skiba, but I will be making a video going in on him, disrespecting him as much as I can, and I don't care who don't like it, but I'm gonna do that if he continues to promote Jesus after him being as smart as he is, knowing Jesus don't exist after all of this. If you're a Christian, the book of Revelation means that that's what's gonna be revealed to you right now. And guess who's the Antichrist? I am. This is why the book told you during this time, many people like me gonna be Antichrist, because it's gonna be many people waking up to their damn deception. So they already wrote it in their book, don't listen to us, and they call us Antichrist. We're the ones who putting the pieces to the puzzle together, telling you that it's all bullshit and Jesus is not finna come punish us. For the people who don't believe in Jesus, they're just telling you Mother Nature is doing it. But there is no deity who created this earth that's going to harm us. It's them who have always been harming us, telling us that God and the Most High and Mother Nature is doing it. All Mother Nature want to do is nurture you. That's what the word nature means. It means nurture. Yes, Mother Nature can be fierce, but she gives warning. Haven't you learned for the animals? She tells her children when she finna do some work in the area. She send you a gray ass sky days before. She send you the smell of rain. Y'all, I remember when I was little, before a big major storm or event, I can smell the rain 2 days, 3 days prior to it. I'm from the South. I can see the animals acting strange in my grandmother's backyard. None of that shit happened during these recent weather events. And I've proven on my channel, as well as many others, that they were man-made weather events. Guys, if you look at the scale of these man-made disasters that happen, you really need to wake up, smell the coffee, and realize if they can do these big hurricanes that just happened, that what they're about to do now with this alignment is going to be far worse and something of biblical proportions. But it's not going to be nothing that Jesus doing or Mother Nature doing. They've been creating the technology to bring the book of Revelation to life for the past 5,000 years. But only this thing, what's going to be happening in the sky during the 23rd is an alignment that all of the ancients look forward to and they celebrate it. But this time we're going to be getting attacked, y'all, because we don't know. What we don't know has been hurting us. What we don't know and our ignorance have been killing us and have been preying on us because of our ignorance. If we understood the true nature of this earth and the celestial luminaries and how this all worked like the ancients, like I'm showing you now, like there's nothing to be scared of, then they wouldn't be able to do us like they're going to do. By them already having millions of Christians. And I heard a Christian say these words. A Christian said, God is coming back to punish us for polluting this planet and for climate change. Don't you know my girlfriend is a flat earther? She know all of the truth I know. And guess what she said? My girlfriend, she's a diehard vegan advocate. She said, baby, what's going to be happening is going to be a lot of cataclysms, and maybe we deserve it because look at our behavior. Look at the way we do the animals. Look at the way we treat the place. I had to tell my girlfriend, baby, you're wrong. I could agree with you that we do treat this earth bad, but it's not our fault. The way we live is a system and that was set up and given to us. We was taught to live this way. We was born into a world that put plastic wrapping over our oranges and apples. So we had to open up the wrapping and throw the paper somewhere. We was born into a world that created a system of streets and roads and concrete and cars. And so you had to kind of play the game you was born into. And now what they're doing is accusing us for this hellhole they created. The ancient people didn't want to build the world up the way we see it today. And let me tell you something, with all of the pollution, we still can't destroy the earth. With all of the pollution we got going, the only thing we can do is create dangerous water for us to drink. And, kind of pausing the stuff. Like they said, don't poop where you live at. Do not poop where you live at. You go somewhere else and poop and put that filth out there, so keep where you live at clean. So it ain't that if you poop where you live at, you'll destroy your house. It just means you're going to be uncomfortable in your house because you're going to be smelling crap. That's our situation. We never can destroy the earth. It's impossible. Man, I don't care if you give him infinity years, he'll never develop the technology to destroy what the Most High has created. What'll happen is what we do in our attempts to destroy it will only destroy the serenity that the Most High intended for us to have upon it. So we're destroying the heavenly reality that we could be given to ourselves and our children. And hell is actually a lifestyle we've been creating for the last 4,000, 5,000 years under the rise of the first patriarchs in Egypt, who created this new world order that is ending on the 23rd. So when this new world order reaches its final day on the 23rd, that like they told you in the Bible, the devil is going to get mad. The devil know his time up, so he going to try to drag most of the world to hell with him. In their case, they're saying if we can't rule over you anymore, we're going to just kill all of you. So I'm under the impression that September 23rd, we're going to see millions of people start dying. And I hate to scare y'all, but if I didn't tell you this, I wouldn't be doing you no good. If you think a lot of people died during these past hurricanes, you ain't saw nothing yet, guys. They've been reenacting, they've been using their technology to make the book of Revelation true. They told you that the book of Revelation would happen because nature would bring it to life. But what you see is a blasphemy today, and you see man bringing the book to life with technology, and God ain't doing none of that bad, evil stuff to his children, to her children. It's man attacking us, and it's man who always been attacking us, blaming it on the Most High and getting us convinced that it's the Most High. That's the sad part. Man has succeeded in making us thinking it is the Most High. So that's why my girlfriend and many of you feel like, well, hey, maybe we deserve it. Look at the way we act, but we can't be guilty, guys. We didn't create this society. The people who created this new world order that we in, they convinced us that civilization started 5,000, roughly 7,000 years ago, let's say. They convinced us civilization started 7,000 years ago under the Pharaoh Narmer in Egypt. But what they lied about was that civilization didn't begin 7,000 years ago. Civilization ended 7,000 years ago, just like Morpheus told Neo in the Matrix. He said, your world ended years ago, and you've been living in a dream state. You think you in civilization. You think wars every day, poison water, vaccinations, chemtrails, GMO food. You really think that shit is civilized. You have been convinced all your life you live in a civilization. If an ancient person who come from the pre-dynastic world where the real civilizations existed, if they came to our world, they would really literally think they walked onto hell itself. They would literally be fucking shocked while we walking around on cell phones just as peaceful and calm. We don't know we living in hell. We don't know that the world we live in isn't supposed to be the way it is. The concept they give you of heaven in all of these religions is literally what Earth's supposed to be like. And it literally was that way in the pre-dynastic world before the New World Order. Pre-dynastic means pre-dynasty, before the dynasties, before the pharaohs. All right. When the dynasty started, that was the beginning of the New World Order, or the lineage of the child going through the male instead of the female. When the lineage of the child goes through the male, now you need virgin births. You need a virgin birth to uphold the lineage. When you give the lineage of the human to the male, you get all of these bogus genealogies and bloodlines. You get all of these fictitious lineages like Hebrew Israelites, Hebrews, Jews, Moors, chosen people, saying that they are the chosen people because of false lineages. The true lineages come from the womb of all of your mothers, and every family had a family crest or a great seal. All right. We got out of that science. The womb of your mother is the great seal to your tribe. Remember, the root word of tribe is Trinity. So what they did to get rid of the tribe was give you the diatribe, which is the dialogue that takes away the royal crest from the family and give it to the Pharaoh's family or the dynasty. What it does is it takes the sovereignty away from all of us and create what's called royal families and peasants. That's the system that started in Egypt, and that's the system we still in today, and that system is ending on the 23rd. Its spiritually and celestial ending is on the 23rd, and what follows that is the physical ending, which will start all of the great cataclysms, because they don't want their calendar and their rule to end like that. Like I said, they thinking if we can't rule over you, then we'll just kill you. This is how they thinking. So they basically have the next, I would say over the next 5 years, there's going to be more wonders in the stars that we've never saw before. But this alignment would be the highlight of it all. So what am I saying? If you count 5 years from now, that'll give you 2022. What's so important about that date? Well, a couple of years back, our government and senators and politicians was talking about reducing the world population before 2022. Who remember that? Now it's starting to make sense now. They have to do it around this time because this is the end of the Pope Gregory calendar. Now back to this rolling of the tomb. When you go to Egypt, or a scarab, okay? Here, you see this beetle rolls this poop and gives birth to its. What happens is, this is a very sacred beetle in Kemet. And for those of you who don't know, the Egyptians really revered this. As you can see right here, you see what's called a scarab beetle or a dung beetle. And a lot of Kemetic folks think that that's the sun that that beetle is holding up, but it's not the sun, family. It's the second sun, Aldebaran. It's the reddish object called Nibiru. It's a reddish orangish object. And if you look at the color of it, you'll see why during this time they have a festival called Mabon. If you look at the colors of Thanksgiving and Halloween and Christmas, it's red, orange, black, and white. Now, when you get into Christmas, you add on the green and white, and that's because of the shamans and the mushrooms. But I'm going to get into that around December time. I want to stay on subject. We don't want to skip too far in the future. You talk about Thanksgiving, Halloween, you deal with the color red, reddish orange, reds and orange, and you pair them up with yellow, and you compare them up with black and white. So you got black, white, yellow, red, orange, which is the colors of the Judah flag. And remember, I just told you about the line of Judah. Let's go back to our sources. Here, Leo and the sun would be Jesus coming back in the middle. All right, and that's Judah. If you look at the Judah flag, because Bob Marley had it a lot, Rastafarian flag, you got red, yellow, and green. These colors are symbolic. And what the colors are is red, yellow, green, black, white, orange. They pair them up for different reasons, for different ways. But what you got to realize is the orange, yellow, white, and black is the Halloween Thanksgiving colors. And the reason for that is because if you look at this right here, the sun is yellow. The moon is black because it's finna be new after this. And we also know that the sky is black. We know that the whole color black is there because of the womb energy, the Trinitarian aspect that's always present. When you deal with Satanism, the colors of Satanism is red, black, and white. And the colors of Halloween is orange, black, and white. But this is the same thing. Red and orange are the same because this is all a festival for a reddish orange body called Aldebaran. I know I'm probably not pronouncing it right, but it's reddish orange. So when you compare red or orange with black and white, you tapping into the energies of this whole event. So when you look at all of the bodies involved in this future event that's going to take place, the colors of them are red, orange, black, white, and yellow, meaning the sun, moon, Aldebaran. These are the colors that we're going to be witnessing. So these are the colors of Mabon, Halloween, Satanism, and all of that. So I'm tying all of this stuff into you, also remembering this has all got something to do with fertility, having babies, producing children, being fruitful. Because the open tomb and Jesus being resurrected symbolizes a baby being born, life, recreation, life and death, renewal. This is what the yin yang symbolize. So if you look at this picture, what I want to find is actually a picture with the tomb rolled in a direct center. What you have is the yin yang. You have one circle that's light and one circle that would be the lid of the door, and that represents full moon and new moon. The reason that they're not closed or all the way open and that the doors are halfway is for this reason. Hold up. It's for the same reason the MasterCard symbol is like this. You want to have those doors halfway because that symbolizes the crossroads or the gateway or the vulva between the woman's legs, the portal where we come in and out of existence from. It is your MasterCard. That's how you travel. You can't go nowhere without it, meaning you can't exist without the womb. This is how our body is even created, for us to have a place for our spirit to inhabit. The female is the answer to everything, and that's the reason why the female is the most under attack in our generation, in our lifetime. When you look at the female in the ancient days, she was the most sacred thing, the most sacred thing in the village. Today she just a trick, a whore. She's nothing compared to the man, because it's a man's world. She's only good for getting on a pole, which is also desecration, because the stripper on a pole is nothing but the goddess. Remember, the serpent is wrapped around the pole, and on each side of the pole is sun and moon, and in the middle is the goddess. There she is, the MasterCard. You see, the colors of the MasterCard is red and orange, just like I just showed you. The MasterCard colors is the same colors as Maybon, red and orange, because they've been playing this trick on us for the past 1,000 years. I'm frustrated, I'm mad, I'm worked up, and I sincerely want you guys to just understand how important what I'm telling you is. This is the important thing you ever gonna watch in your YouTube viewing life. There may not be a YouTube after this if people don't share this and get people to realize that Jesus ain't coming. Think about it. Rob Skiba is a hypocrite, and I don't mean to talk bad about him, but I'm mad at him. He's selling the same doomsday agenda. He should know better. The reason I say he a hypocrite is the Bible clearly says in Revelation, nobody gonna know the time and day when Jesus come. They Bible sit up there and tell them that, and they sit up there be hypocrites and go against their own Bible. They Bible tell them in Revelation it's gonna be many men come out. It's tell them in Revelation that it's gonna be many men walking around saying Christ has returned, Christ has returned, Christ is returning on this date, Christ is returning on that date. Their Bible tell them to don't listen to them men, because those are false prophets, and they have the spirit of the Antichrist, and that no man knows when the Most High or Jesus gonna come, because he gonna come like a thief in the night. That's written in their Bible. Yet you got all of these Christians going around predicting this stuff, saying it's gonna be on the 23rd, going against what they Bible told them not to do. They actually becoming the false prophets that they Bible spoke of. And damn it, Rob Skiba, you are one of them. I don't care if y'all don't like me. I don't like deception. I don't like the fact that they finna start killing millions of us, and they doing it now in them FEMA camps, and they finna kick it in overdrive on the 23rd. I don't like that, talking about you don't like because I'm saying something about Rob Skiba. I don't like that Rob Skiba saying bullshit out his mouth. And quite frankly, the way I really feel about Rob Skiba right now, you don't know. Now, I love the man, and I follow his work, and I know he's a Christian. I overlooked that, but I had said to myself, hey, eventually these Christians like him will come around, because they just too fucking smart to believe in talking snakes and men walking on water. He's too smart to be able to say, okay, have you ever watched Rob Skiba's Flat Earth videos? They are so intelligent. This is a smart guy. He understands mathematics and reasoning and logic, and the importance of not having beliefs, but challenging beliefs and proving beliefs with the scientific method. He's so intelligent and smart, y'all. Yet he would still adhere to talking snakes and a man walking on water while laughing at people who believe they spinning on a globe. You're no different if you believe in that. So to my Christian flat earthers, you are going to be the reason that they annihilate all of us, because they are counting on you to believe that it's not nature. I mean, to say they are counting on you, Rob Skiba, and all of you big Christians. They are counting on you, okay, my brothers, They counting on y'all to lead us right into the hands of the mark of the beast. They counting on y'all to sell this off as a natural event. Because Christians are saying, yes, it's natural. It's because Christ tired of our evil. And New Agers and conscious folks are saying, yes, it's natural. It's because it's time for the white man to get off the throne. Or it's because it's time for Mother Nature to get ready. And Mother Nature mad at you. So yes, she coming back, Brother Sanchez. No, 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 no. Mother Nature ain't taking her belt off, punishing us with hurricanes and record-breaking cataclysms. It was man, y'all. I'm convinced that now, and people gonna say I'm stupid for this, but I don't care. I've done research last night and I didn't get no sleep. I'm convinced that nature has never produced a natural cataclysm that has wiped out massive amounts of people. I'm convinced that nature has never done that. I've been researching cataclysms in the ancient world, and all of the ancients survived them. Do you hear what I'm saying? They ask dumb questions today like, where did the Mayans go? Where did the Egyptians go? They're right here. They are us. If you know a Mexican, he's a Mayan. You talking to an Egyptian right now, I would be an Egyptian. So all of us are the same people we looking for in the past. We're the children. We're the reincarnations or the resurrections. And that's important because that's what's going to take place, a resurrection of the psyche. We're going to be tapping back into our ancient Akashic records, realizing who we are. So at the same time all of this is happening, their system is falling. And they know it, so they have to become the beast that they speak of in Revelation and raise the havoc that they speak of, because all of these events in the heavens is, don't you know, globalists are asking more questions about the globe now than they ever have in globalist history? Don't you know this alignment that's going to take place on the 23rd is going to reveal more light to the flat earth truth than this past eclipse will do? If you're a flat earther and you think that you can use this past eclipse to prove that the earth is flat, listen, when I tell you that that's nothing, this is the event to prove flat earth with. All of the ancient temples around the earth is going to be aligning with one celestial phenomena. It would not be possible on a globe, and even a globalist can understand that. You got temples on each continent, y'all, and every last one gonna be making this alignment on the 23rd. And not only is they gonna be making it, but the temples in Mexico gonna be showing serpents. When the sun hit them, they gonna be revealing serpents on a pyramid the way they made them. Now, this is just the intro to a bunch of series that I'm gonna do on this. Y'all know me, I'm very thorough, and I give you all of the information, which is hours and hours worth of information. But since I do have to rest and I can't just talk, my voice get tired. So I'm gonna make this in parts. I want y'all to follow these parts. I want you to follow them like you never followed nothing before. I want you to tune in to each one. This is the first one. And you go and tell everybody to subscribe to this channel. And you go and tell them to follow it as well. I need y'all now like more than ever. I don't even want your money. Let me repeat. Don't give me any donations right now. Do me a favor, y'all. And I'm begging you. I want to cry right now. Forget fucking donations. Forget all of the shit that we've been worrying about, and listen to me. This is important. We have to start right now before the 23rd with every breath and every second telling people what's happening. And it's so much to teach in so little time. It's hours worth of information because they've been teaching a lie for the past 1,000 years. And I just found the truth out last night. So now I'm trying to convince people before September the 23rd what they're trying to do. And it's hours worth of information that they've compiled as lie for thousands of years. So this is a task that I have, and I need your help. And I really need to take a little break and drink some water. And then because there's so much that I got to share with you. This open tomb, the tomb is the womb. When we get placed into the casket, we're being placed into the womb of our next mother. The female is the gateway between worlds, and now I'm deciphering what the ancients have been trying to tell us for so long at this time. And it's making my heart beat fast, and I'm telling you the way I feel. I really feel like, and I hope you guys don't call me stupid, but I was feeling like I don't want to live no more. Because the shit that I know right now is hurting me. And I kind of wish I didn't know it, because I'm at a burden to try to explain it. And it's making me panic. It's making me nervous, because what I'm going to show you is hard for me to say it. It's got me speechless. Because the book that reveals all of the stuff I'm breaking down to you is the last book of the Bible. And it's called Revelation. They said in the book that there will be men like me and yourself that are getting this revelation that I'm giving you. So at this time, we are actually getting the revelation that the Bible speaks of. And it has nothing to do with the crap that it wrote about. If you read the book of Revelation, it's telling you in a biblical, mythological way, everything I'm showing you what's going to happen in the heavens. It was never a real event, y'all. It was never something that happened to us by the Most High. I mean, yeah, the Most High is doing this. It's a beautiful alignment by the Most High. What I mean is, it was never something bad like the Most High gonna punish us at this time. This same event that the book of Revelation speak of, all of the ancients wrote this. On their walls, they wrote it in their architecture. They wrote it with the way they align the buildings to prepare for this event. On the 23rd, Giza will be aligning with Orion, and all of these Kemetic scholars don't have a clue. This alignment haven't taken place since some of the pharaohs walked this earth. And the Kemetic people who at the forefront of the Kemetic community don't have no clue. They give trips to Egypt every year, y'all. They got unks all on their neck. And this is the most important event that took place to our ancient Kemetic ancestors. And none of these quote unquote Kemetic scholars even know that it's going to exist, because they're not promoting it. What they're promoting is the end of the world. But it's really the end of their world. Remember, they started the new world order. That ended the old world system of sovereignty for us all. We've all been slaves the last 7,000 years. The pharaohs in Egypt started this all. The pharaohs started this sun worship. We didn't worship the sun as the primordial source. We worship the black hole, the womb, as the primordial source. And that's what gives birth and rebirth to the sun. Don't you know that the solar eclipse is death and birth of the sun? That's the sun entering the cosmic womb and exiting it. The moon does the same at a smaller, the moon does the same in a different way, because the moon is actually the womb. When you go to dealing with phonetic etymology, things that rhyme have a connection. Moon, womb, tomb. Moon, womb, tomb. Well, what are all three of them? Rooms. What do NASA control? Space or room. When you say I'm running out of space, you say I'm running out of room. You're running out of womb, or you're running out of tomb. Space don't exist. There's a designated space for you on this earth, which is an infinite plane or infinite verse or any verse, infinite verse. It's a universe because it's one cosmos, symbiotic relationship of a bunch of planes stacked together like a sandwich. Earth would be the meat. Remember, at the middle of a sandwich is the meat, and a meat is a medium or a meeting amongst. What happens during a meet? A bunch of people come together. That's what happens on the earth, y'all. All of the spirits that exist in the cosmos meet up here in the flesh. In other words, you have no spiritual life or other life outside of this earth life. This is all that exists, and this is the only stage for you to be. When you die, when you close your eyes, after you close them, you open them again, and at that point, they're brand new eyes, and you inside of another belly of a woman. Your consciousness, by the time you die, what happens to your spirit, it becomes split. And I'm bringing this up because this is the resurrection story. The earth is about to die and be reborn on the 23rd, meaning the collective consciousness is finna enter a new paradigm. The dialogue is about to change. It's about to go back to goddess-centered rhetoric. I was one of the first flat earthers to tie the connection between the mother goddess and the flat earth. The North Pole and the compasses point to the center. Y'all, this is so important what I'm giving you. The tomb is the womb. When you die or when you enter the cross, think of Jesus. And remember how this ties into our equinox on a celestial level or a macro level. On a micro level, when you die in this realm and you get placed in the tomb, at the same time you're being placed in the womb. It all happens simultaneously. At the same time, you leave the earth womb. Think about it. What is the earth? The earth is a big womb that's pregnant because we're enclosed in the arch. So you're still inside of a pregnant woman who we call earth. And we're enclosed, the arch of her stomach is what's called Nut in Kemetic cosmology. So we are babies inside of a pregnant belly called the earth. And what happens when that baby is ready to be born from the belly of the earth, you die. Your work here is done. So it's not dying, it's being reborn. It's not an ending, but a new beginning or a renewal or annual, a new old. So when you die, that's your own microcosmic equinox. You go down into the ground, all right? And then when you come back out in your next life in your mama womb, you stand back up again. So now y'all see why when we get baptized, they take you down and then they stand you back up. Now you see why NASA is doing the same ritual with their hypnotization by giving you the globe. They're tilting it down. And then when this equinox comes, what they're doing is standing it back up. So this is a tricky way that they're baptized in their fake globe to make these same movements that the stars have been making. But only their version is false. They got the earth tilted and then they stand it back up. That's your baptism. And when you go in the ground in the tomb and come back out in your next life, that's a baptism, y'all. You travel in the waters of your mama's belly, just like the Christian travel in the waters when he getting baptized. You go inside of the ground, under the dirt, inside of a casket or a tomb, and that tomb shapes like a yoni or a rectangle. Remember that a rectangle is a rectified angle or a recessive angle or a think of REC and think of the recycle symbol. The recycle symbol means resurrection, death and rebirth. It's a triangle shaped because the pyramid is the tomb. The triangle is also the vagina. So the pyramid and the female vagina is the same thing. And what's going to go on in Kemet during this time is that if you're looking at this in front of the screen now, that pyramid or those three pyramids, which is the goddess portal, because it's, and this is where the fools try to argue with me and they be like, Sanchez, ain't that lesbianism? No, the goddess portal, meaning a trinity of wombs, ain't got nothing to do with three women having sex. That's where you get it wrong. And a womb ain't limited to something in between a woman's leg, because I keep telling you that the ground you walk on is a womb. If you put a seed in it, don't it grow you something? All right, same thing with the vagina between a woman's leg. that womb has a magnetic attraction. It ain't that you putting the seed in the ground. It's that the dirt is magnetically attracting the human to do that. You being influenced by the ground. It's not the man that sees the woman and say, let me go just put a seed in her. It's the man that sees the woman and his genital is not erected, it's soft. But when he sees her, she does something to make it rise up and to get on hard or to get aroused. And now he's magnetically attracted. Now he got to go up in that womb, else he ain't going to be comfortable. She's working magic. You see? She is the hidden one that controls all of the actions on the earth. Man may think he do, but everything he do is to impress a woman. So when women change what impresses them, then the earth will change. If you impressed by no good ass alpha males who talk to you crazy, this system will keep going. But the moment the women change what they want, see, the woman is the mirror. She's the one who you inject the consciousness into, and she spit back to you out what you put into her. Just like if you're a man and you're addicted to heroin and you put a seed up in a woman, she gonna spit back out what you put into her, and your baby gonna come out addicted to heroin. This is how the earth work, family. This is Ma'at. The universe gonna give you back what you put out there. And every time you say something, you give birth to a new creation. Words are powerful. In fact, this concept that I'm telling you about of the open tomb, closed tomb, and how the door is only midway, it's the MasterCard. It's the new moon and a full moon. It's the eyes open and the eyes closed. But guess what? You can see with your eyes open, and you also can see with your eyes closed. So what is the one that's observing it all then, if that's true? What's observing it all is the third eye. The third eye is the reason why we can't close the tomb. If you close the tomb, that's the end of the story. That's a DNA that's broken. But if you look at DNA, it never closes itself, family. The DNA keeps going and going and going. Ain't no end to it. There is no loose end to DNA. It's an endless connection, a cord. And the reason it's a cord is because it what connects you to your ancestry. Remember, when you say ancestor, the first three words is ANC, which is Ankh. It's what anchors you to the mother. And the moment it don't exist, you is simply will cease to exist. They said energy can't cease to exist. That's true, because energy is all there is. And when you say energy, you're saying inner chi energy. It's the soul, chi, chi energy, inner chi. Okay, and that's the ability to tie together the human, all aspects of the human, to become holistic. But I don't want to deal with that. I want to stay on this equinox. In the future, I'll be getting into the human science to show you how it relates to you. But what I want to point out, I was opening up Google to pull some up and forgot what it was. Well, basically, this open tomb is the open womb. When the womb closes, all life ends and nothingness literally exists. But the womb will never close and it can never end, because the first womb that ever existed is simply darkness. That's why we have to blink our eyes. That's why you have to go to sleep. That's why eventually you're going to have to go to a death. So it's microcosm, macrocosm. Blinking is a macrocosm of sleep, and sleep is a macrocosm of death, or microcosm, I mean. And we see this same thing with blinking, sleeping, and dying happening when we look at the alignments. Solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, and then the great eclipse where all the bodies are aligning now would be when the human actually died. A solar eclipse would just be you blinking. it'll just be you blinking your eyes. A lunar eclipse take place over a longer amount of time, so that would be you going to sleep at night. But this great alignment would be the equivalent of you getting placed in the ground and taking a longer sleep, a 9-month sleep in the womb of your mother, to be born actually again into a whole nother body. So microcosm, macrocosm. And that this alignment that's taking place now is the great Trinity alignment. Not the sun and moon eclipse, but the mother being revealed. And this is what they mean in the book of Revelation when they say at this time the great whore Babylon will actually be present. So I'm going to take a break right now and rest my voice and drink some water. And I'm going to look at the chat section to see how we tracking. And that'll also let me know what I need to touch on the next part. But I'm going to dedicate another hour to this one. So I'm not going anywhere. Stick around. Just give me a minute to rest my voice. And I'm going to play some good music. And let me say, I'm going to end all of these series with something that's going to give you some courage. Because you know I'm not scared. I don't fear nothing. But for you to not have fear, you got to have the knowledge that would take that fear away. The knowledge that would empower you and make you brave. That's why I'm doing this today. If these Christians weren't so scared, the government wouldn't be able to deceive us. If these ignorant people weren't so scared, we wouldn't be able to be deceived by this. All of their programs is fueled by fear. Okay, now I just thought about what I was going to say before I had a brain fart. I said the open tomb was the open womb, and I opened up Google to show you the open tomb, because I didn't even get to my point. If you think of that tomb and the rock that's rolling to close it, the reason they never show you the rock, think about it, they never show you the tomb like the one we see here. You see how that's all the way open? They mostly show it this way. But either way, what they're showing you is the door opening and the door lid. All right, the black door opening would be the black hole that eclipses the sun and moon. That's the entrance, the portal, the womb, the gateway of the woman. The door lid or the covering would be the sun. All right, that's what blocks the womb. Why? Because it's penetrating it. Whenever it's removed from the womb, life is coming out. Whenever you don't see the hole, it's because it's being occupied. It's because the act of sex is happening. Whenever the womb is opening, that symbolizes the completed act of sex and new life coming from the womb. But here's a question you need to ask all Christians. If this symbolizes the life of Christ, what does the cross symbolize? You ought to scratch your head. You ought to shout at the Rob Skeeber. That's a fucking $1 billion question. Excuse my profanity, but think about what I just said. I just told you that the tomb is the womb, and that the tomb means life because the womb means life. So why do Christians wear a cross? The cross means death. They have convinced us to have a culture of death, and they hid the womb by death. They gave you male deities that represented death and destruction, and they gave you these deities that were soft-spoken and acting feminine so that you can be appealed to them because that's the attributes of a woman. You ever notice why all of these major world deities like Jesus and Krishna and Allah, they look like gay men? Pull up a picture of Krishna. He looked like Prince. They are gay looking, almost like they're feminine males, and Jesus too. And it's because they're not there to give you the real representation of a manly man. These gods were created to hide the role of the great mother. So for them to do that, they had to take her attributes. So you will see Krishna with makeup on. You will see that the priests wear robes and that the woman is supposed to wear the dress. Women wear gowns. Women wear robes. Everything that's happened in our lifetime is symbolic. All of the rappers wearing the dresses at this time, and all of the women going through the most they ever been through at this time in Egypt and all of this stuff, it's because at this time it is true that the great mother is fed up and she finna come back and kick ass, but not in the way that nature gonna attack you. They using that for you to think Mother Nature mad at you that way. Mother Nature coming to kick ass, meaning she's coming to reveal to her children who's been the enemy. We haven't known our enemy, people. They gave you Jesus, and then they gave you a red dragon with a trident for your enemy. Think about that. They gave you a physical man who looked like a human with 5 hands and a nose and eyes. That was your God. But for your enemy, they gave you a creature that you will never see ever, a red dragon. You will only see that creature in mythology, or like I'm showing you, the red dragon that they gave you for your enemy in Christianity is actually Alpha Draconis. That's the head of the mother, y'all. That's who we're going to see on the 23rd, a serpent, because you're going to see a triangle at the top and then a long tail where all of these planets are aligned. And at the bottom, you're going to see the moon, and that's the anchor. The moon is the anchor, the ankh. So we're looking at now the tomb is the womb. This is really the symbol of life in front of your face. This is actually what's called the daily bread. And I'll get into that in a minute. But first, what you need to realize is you're looking at the new moon and the full moon. And together they make the black hole. New moon plus full moon equals black hole, which is the primordial source, the alpha and omega. Or, like I said, the new moon and full moon. When you look at the new moon and a full moon, it encompasses all of the phases to each polarity. Saying new moon and full moon is like saying hot and cold. But saying black hole is like saying warm. Warm. Just right. Goldilocks. So it's not hot and cold are polarities, but warmness is the actual pole. Think about it. Left and right creates what? Center. It creates center. If I started turning my body to the left, I'll just keep going left. If I started turning my body to the right, I'll just keep going right. But if I turn my body to the left and right exactly at the same time, you know where I will go? Straight forward, people. Think of a snake on the ground. Let me pull up a picture for you, because you really need to understand what I'm telling you. This is why the snake is evil. This snake represents the great mother. It moves like a woman. It has the hood of Ketu. Oh man, I can be talking for a year and not stop, and I still won't have everything I want you to know out of my brain. This is the torture of Brother Sanchez, that I have terabytes worth of information, and I don't even have that much wind in my lungs. I know how much I know, but I only can say so much at one time. So I'm going to be running my mouth for a couple of hours here to come, giving you everything you need to know. And if I die, this will be here. But I tell you, after I say everything I know, I can fucking die in peace. Because the shit on my mind really tortures me, knowing it. But that's why when I tell it to y'all, I feel better every video. So again, how does a snake move? A snake moves like a sine wave, and the sine wave looks like the snake. The sine wave became the sin wave. Sin is the name of the moon, all right? Ceres is the name of one of the moon deities who either gave birth to sin or vice versa. I'll be getting into that later, being more accurate. But I'm saying that to say that balance is truth. 50-50 is unity, it's truth. Hot and cold equals warm water, which is heavenly or heavenly or evenly balanced water. So when you look at new moon and full moon, you're looking at night and day. But what you get as a result of them is simply night. This is simple stuff, y'all. 0 times 1 is 0. It's simple stuff. 0 plus 1 is still 0. You may say it's 1, but it's still 0 because 0 is actually all numbers. 0, like I said, is your mirror. Like I just told you, the feminine aspect, you get what you put out. That's ma'at, karma. And when you think of a 0, it fits that criteria. The 0 acts like the great mother in mathematical terms. For example, just like ma'at, what you put out there in the universe come right back to you. It's like a mirror. That's the same thing with the 0. Think about it. 0 plus 1 is 1. 0 plus 2 is 2. Whatever you give 0, it give it back to you. It mirrors you. So 0 plus 100 is 100. You know, you can't escape 0 because the biggest number is infinity and it ends in 0 and begins with 0. 0 is a ball. It's an egg that represents all things. It represents infinity, the 360-degree cycle of all things, the spiral. So the snake represents this concept of balance, and it's why it's called the evil one. Remember, everything good for you, everything evil, all of the great knowledge of the ancients and of the mother goddess and the spiritual significance of the woman on our earth have been hidden by fear programs. They've alienated us to who we are and where we are and what we are. So we run around crying, waiting on them to save us, or waiting for some God to come save us on the cloud. But at the same time, they're telling you that when that God comes save you, he ain't saving most of the earth. They're telling you he's saving a specific few and gonna basically wipe out everyone else. And this is exactly the plan of the New World Order, to save a specific few by 2020 and reduce the world population to less than 1 million people, man. It's 9 billion people on earth. The Bible tell you only 144,000 people gonna survive these cataclysms. So what's gonna happen over these next periods of time? They're gonna be trying to get rid of billions of us off this earth. Like I said, the hurricanes was nothing. That was just for them to control the harvest and the food. I don't know if you know, but the delta areas of the United States is what feeds the continent's irrigation and water most of our crops. We're not experiencing it now, but there's not going to be any more food in the U.S. for long. We're not experiencing the result quite yet of what those hurricanes did. The whole areas that's underwater now are responsible for the water moving into the country to actually water the major bread baskets in the U.S. And they're poisoning that water, that flooded water. They're spraying it with chemicals. They started spraying it on the 15th. And that's important because the first occultation of Aldebaran happened on the 15th. For those of you who still don't know who Aldebaran is, it's what they're calling the Nibiru. It's our second sun that exists beyond the ring. And those planetary bodies over there will be aligning with ours. The fact that we will be seeing Aldebaran and not the moon that travels with it over there shows that, just like if you look at, and I'm skipping around. If you look here again at what's going on the 23rd, the moon will be the last luminary celestial body. It will be at the bottom of this alignment. But if you go all the way up past Leo and further, because this is just one piece of the alignment, you will be near the dragon's head, because Leo and the sun here will be toward the middle part. But if you keep going up, what you will have is Aldebaran. And I'm thinking that what's behind Aldebaran is what will be the final thing will be the second moon on that part of the ice ring that we won't be able to see because the sun will be in front of it, sort of like when we had our eclipse. So this alignment will be sandwiched in between two moons. This is just a theory of mine. And if that's so, then it will tie into the concept of the diamond. Okay, because if you think of a triangle, let me do something. If you think of the moon being an arch like the sky goddess Nut, and think of another moon, another Nut, and you stick them together, you will get two arches making a hollow space, but it'll look like a yoni or a diamond, or two pyramids with the base of them stuck together. You know what I mean? But what that is what this alignment will be forming with with our moon being on the end and their moon on that other ring being the end or the bread. Remember when I told you that the woman is the bread, the daily bread? It's because the bread is actually the thread. The thread is the needle and string. This goes into string theory because another goddess that represent all of this in Emet was Neith. Neith is another way to say night. And we know the moon represent the night. That's why you see it at the bottom. Remember what's at the bottom of the Bible? Revelation. The ending. The ending has the beginning in it. So the mama has the beginning in her, meaning the child. That child is a new beginning, but it's inside of this old mama. I'm giving y'all deep spiritual science. You're inside of the earth, and the earth is a pregnant woman. All right? The arch above your head is the belly of a pregnant being. And for you to be born out of this belly called earth, you go into the ground or the tomb, you die. The word die, take the E off of it, it's just D-I. And then you can go ahead and put the word vide on the end of it, because when you die, what happens to you is the same thing what happens to a cell being split. You divide. Your left and right brain becomes separate. What keeps you one is the body. The body is the bond, the bow. If you look up bow, B-O, bow, bow, it's the root word of boat. Bow, it's the root word of bond. Bow, it's the root word of body. Bow, it's the root word of botany or botany, the study of plants, which ties to humans to nature. So bow is bonding. Bow is a connection. Okay, so our connection to the earth is with botany or plants, botany. Your body or your body is your bond with the flesh. It's where the spiritual meets the matter or the mother. Matter is mother. So when you leave the body, you break the bond, you break the covenant. And what happens is you're not one anymore. When you leave the body, you're in your subtle bodies. And I said that plural. When you leave the body, you assume more than one state. When you leave the body, you become, in the body, you're the yin yang. When you leave the body, you become the yin and the yang. The yin yang is one simple symbol with two entities stuck together. But the yin and the yang is when you separate them fishes. Now, when you do that, the only goal of those two objects is to come back to unity. This is the process and journey of our spirit, brothers and sisters, death and rebirth. When you leave this body, you split or splice. Okay? And at the same time you leave this bond or this body and you're placed in the womb, you're placed in the tomb. The tomb is the womb. When you're placed in the tomb, you're placed in the womb. But the womb is also on demand. Men have a womb as well. Yes, a womb is any dark place that nurtures life or consciousness. So the man has a womb as well. So when you leave this body, you enter the cosmos. Here's the difference between the male's womb and the female's womb, so you don't get confused. The egg of the woman would be your new earth. So when you leave this body and you go into your casket or your tomb, that's a symbolic representation of the real womb that you go into. Your tomb is your womb of your mama. So when you being placed in the ground, you being actually placed in the ground. Remember that the woman is the ground. If you go to New York, they call women their earth. When we plant seeds in the dirt, the same thing when we plant them in a woman. So when you being placed in the ground, just like a seed, and you go 6 feet deep, you are seed and you're going to grow. We can't see a tree, but we'll put it like this. And this is just an example, not saying this would literally happen. This is just to give you a way to understand the concept. What if you can see the spiritual realm? What if you went to a cemetery and you saw everybody that was placed in the ground, a big ass tree grew above their casket, and this tree grew all the way to the night sky. I was finna say space, but space don't exist. This tree grew all the way to the heavens. Like how they say at the North Pole, it's a tree that go to the heavens. What if you placed in the ground and there's a tree that grows from your seed being in the dirt and it goes all the way to the heavens? Of course, that don't happen. I can't prove that. I said that to give you a concept. That tree would be your cord that links the body that's died to the transitioning new body that ain't even been made yet. So when you die, there's a transition, a process of your spirit going from being dead to reborn. And in that process, it's a 9-month process from when you take your last breath. So it's a lot of things happen simultaneously. When you breathe out your last breath, the wind that you breathed out is actually your spirit. And by it being so light, you know what happens to all of the wind and the clouds on this earth? They make a circuit to the North Pole. All of the wind, all of the clouds, all of the stars, they circuit around the North Pole. And it's because, of course, they're so light. Remember that light is something that shines and it's very bright, but it's also something that lacks weight. So when you look at the stars, they shine light, but they also are light. They're weightless. The sun don't have a weight. The moon don't have a weight. The stars don't have a weight. They're literally light, and they are light. So light is light, meaning it's weightless and it shines. You actually become light. Think of Ma'at. She have a feather on her head, and her head is in the middle of her body in between both of the scales. Those scales are sun and moon. That feather is the black hole at the middle of the earth where your soul will be sucked to. It's a beautiful journey. I can't wait. Not that I'm suicidal, but I understand I need a new body. You know, I feel like when I complete everything I need to complete in this body and deliver my message to the world, there's no need to hold me much longer. So, you know, whatever happened to me, I go ahead and leave my body, continue my next assignments. You see, and this is how you have to think about death and life, like graduating a class, and you won't have no fears. You have fears because you have misinformation, but knowledge is what empowers you and make you a fearless individual like Brother Sanchez with fire that burns inside of you. So I got all off subject. Let me get back on subject. You have past, present, and future. In the middle of past and future is what? Present. When you rearrange the words present, you get serpent. The serpent represents the now. Every moment is a result of vibrating sine waves, which is the serpent. Everything moves in waves. It starts from waves and go back to waves, meaning the water's above. Think of baptism. When you go down in that water and come back up, you make a wave in that water and you disturb the surface. That's what happens, an interruption. So in a movie, when you're looking at a movie and it's interrupted by a commercial, what's the root word of commercial? Calm, calm, calm. All the things must come to a break. They say we taking a commercial break. You have to come to a break. And all lifetimes are breaking up by deaths. This is where we become renewed. And it's not just you, family. The sun and moon do this too. The sun shine bright all the time. You never see it black out. And then one day, a solar eclipse happen and the fucking sun just go away. Then it come back. That's what you do. You go in the ground, you disappear, you become dust, and you come back. And I would even argue that you look exactly the same. I'm starting to look at this earth totally different, y'all. They hadn't told us a lot. And you may think what I'm saying is bizarre, but it makes way more sense than the programming you've been given. So this is why the serpent is so divine. And this is why I put this picture up of the serpent to show you that the serpent is on the pole. If you think of the yin yang, the serpent is in the middle. The serpent don't deal with this or that. It stays in the middle because the middle is the center or the sin. Remember the moon used to be called sin. They tell you born in the sin. No, you born in the center. You born in the center of the earth, and you born first in the center of your mama's body because her womb is in the direct center of her body. Her legs is her lower body, her shoulders and all of that the upper body, but where the baby is at the center of her body. So the center is a revered position that you can't escape. All compasses point to the center of the earth. So when you say center, it's sent her. You can break this down in so many ways. You can look at it in so many ways. Like I said, you got to go through the womb. And that's that's the compass. All compasses point to where you can't escape. And where the compasses point on the earth on a geographic level, think about it. When you leave the earth, where your compass gonna point then? Ain't no compass. So you have a different pole, a spiritual pole, but it's in the same location of the physical one. So all of this is important to understand what's happening on the 23rd and what they know about us, what we don't know about ourselves. The reason why we won't fight them back is our fear of death and hell and heaven. I'm telling you that these places don't exist. In between hell and heaven is a place that they call purgatory. They tell you this is a place where you're not tortured and you're not rewarded. It's just neutral. And that's where we are now. The root word of purgatory is purge. This is why they coming out with all these movies called Purge, because before balance is restored, chaos will happen. Think about it. When you get baptized, you disturbing that water. You making waves, man. And then that water got to wait to settle back out. That's what's happening right now. They said before the storm, before the rainbow is a storm. There you go. You could think about that on a spiritual level. They say before the rainbow is a storm. Well, think of this. Hold on. Before the rainbow is a storm, that make perfect sense. The rainbow is an arch, right? And the storm is the water, right? I don't know about you, but before the rainbow is a storm. Because here go the waters or the storm, and then the rainbow nets the firmament. Everything we say and do is a dual language that tie into every aspect of this celestial experience we having. And when I tell you about death and rebirth and you being attracted to the center of your mama's belly and a man being attracted to the center of his wife's legs, it's that vortex that we can't escape. And it's what creates eternity and keep you infinite. The moment the womb is closed and the tomb is closed, nothing exists. Now, what am I saying here? When you leave the body, Just like everything is attracted to the center of this physical earth, your spirit gonna be attracted there. So you're not gonna be able to escape this pull of magnetism. And what's really happening is two things. You're being pulled to the center of the earth because that center pulling is no different than a mama. What happens when a mama gives birth at the hospital? Do anybody got to tell her to hug that baby? You tell me a mama that gave birth to a baby and they didn't hug it soon as it came out the womb, and I tell you a sick woman. I tell you a woman that probably didn't want no children. I tell you a woman that's just not normal, who I wouldn't want to be my mama. It's natural for every woman when she have a baby to damn pull that baby toward her chest and give it a hug and a kiss. She don't care if that baby dripping in her vaginal fluids and blood. She gonna kiss and hug that baby because that baby been kicking in her belly for 9 months and she couldn't touch it, and she couldn't wait till that baby come out of that womb so she can squeeze it and, oh, look at my baby. Every mama know when she give birth, she gonna show affection to that baby when it come out. Why am I saying this? Your body is giving birth to your spirit when you die, family. And just like a mother embrace her baby, that's what your spiritual mama gonna do to you. So the womb is the tomb. When you're placed in the tomb, you enter the womb of your mama, and she can't wait for you to be born again so she can embrace you. Now, this is important because two things happen when we die. The spiritual earth, before you even meet your new physical mama, who gonna be your next mama in your next life, you have a transitioning mother that's directly linked to Nut, directly linked to the night sky, or what we call Mother Nature. She has a role in your transition because you transition through the elements. Your spirit ain't nothing but a form of light and wind. Let me repeat. Your spirit is composed of an actual substance we can detect. Your spirit isn't non-physical. That's the big illusion. Your spirit is physical. It's just invisible. Everything is made of matter, y'all. You got to get that out of your head. There are no separate realms. Physicality and spirituality are tied together like bread is tied to the meat to make the sandwich. And remember, the meat is the center, the meeting, the earth where we are. That's the peak. It's, it's not a sandwich without that. But anyway, it's wherever the polarities meet and make contact. That would be the meet or the meeting. In this case, it would be earth, where the underworld make contact with the heavenly world or upper world. We get something called a mid-world or Midgard. Remember what I told you about hot water and cold water? You don't like them. You like medium water, warm water. This is why you can't live in heaven. You can't live in hell. You can only live on earth. Your spirit is your body. We know space is fake. Well, let's not use space as an example. Let's use a Navy diver. When a Navy diver puts on scuba gear, the scuba gear becomes his body. He's no longer using his human body to function. He's now using the scuba gear to function. And without it, he would actually die in the realm of the water where he at. So what am I saying? The Navy diver actually has to create a suit or a body to go on top of his body so that he can live in a realm where he otherwise wouldn't be able to inhabit. So what am I saying? Your body is like a diving suit that allow your spirit to live on earth. If you saw the movie Avatar, the reason he was able to go and live in that world because he made another body or avatar. Your avatar is your Merkaba, and you travel the cosmos in that Merkaba. So it's a spiritual vehicle and a physical vehicle. It's made out of the blending of all these realms. It can't exist on separate realms. It exists in it. What it does is it can only tune in to one realm at a time, but it exists on all of the realms simultaneously. For example, if you think of a radio, you can only listen to one radio station at one time. That don't mean other stations don't exist and that them other stations ain't playing music while you listening to your song. Why are you listening to your song that you tuned in to on the radio? Other people listening to songs. There's other songs happening simultaneously, but you can only tune into one at one time. You know what happened when you try to listen to 100 songs at one time? You can't hear neither of them. It's chaos. So that's where we're at now. A bunch of songs are playing at one time about where we are and who we are, and it's chaos. In the ancient world, they had one explanation for our reality: the mother goddess concept, the ancient flat earth truth. And they didn't argue with that, and there wasn't really too much confusion and chaos about nature. We was on one page with all the different dialogue today. It took us away from the one universal truth that connected us all. So again, let's talk about this serpent in front of you. It's the portal. It's the tree in between the yin and the yang. Remember, the serpent is the present. It's in between the past and future. Just like the serpent is in the middle of the yin and yang, in between the yin and yang. So, what's in between the sun and moon? The North Pole, which they revolve around. That's very important. The North Pole is the serpent, y'all. And I'm saying all this to say, shoot. I put this snake up to talk about. Yeah, this is what I want to talk about. So everything at the center is equivalent to the serpent. And it's the primordial source, the beginning, the life spark, and the ending source that you need to transition with, hence the term alpha and omega. Okay, if you think about this concept in front of you, the door, the darkness that you're looking into would be the alpha and omega. It's because if you think of a sandwich, it starts with bread and end with bread. Bread is the thread. The thread or the string theory is the kananga, represented by Neith in Egyptian. Let me do this. When you threading together a fabric, all right, it looks like a three-man weave. It looks like a trident with the middle pole bigger and the two short ones on the side. And that middle one is important because if you think of a woman who know how to braid hair, there's actually a central braid that she used to wrap the other two braids left and right around them. The best braids are the three-way braids. They hold the best, and you can ask any woman that. This is where we get the Celtic knot from. You pull that up, you'll see it's just the way women braid hair. What am I telling you? The act of weaving is the act that the Creator took when our reality was created. It wasn't a physical act. It was an act of weaving together different aspects of its own self. The part of itself that know and a part of itself that don't know, and a part of itself that's observing the two, became the Trinitarian aspect. So the Creator is knowing and unknowing at the same time. That's why the human body knows everything about itself. I mean, your body is so smart that if you cut yourself, it'll heal itself. Your body know exactly what to do, but you don't even know that. You actually got to go to school to learn things about your body that your body always knew ever since you was born. It knew how to grow, how to heal, how to make blood circulate, and you don't even understand how your body works. If I gave most of y'all a biology book, you wouldn't even know what a red blood cell looked different than a white one. But your body know. So what am I saying? There's different aspects to the human, and all of these is what creates reality. What you know and what you don't know is all what you're trying to find out, which creates an ongoing quest, what we call life, death, and rebirth. And what keeps it all going is the quest, or the quest on, or the question. So when you think of string theory, think of the question first. That starts the quest. Then after that, you get an answer, which is an antenna. You become aware of that cosmic consciousness. And then that right there inspires another question. Because if you ask me if you ask me why the sun is bright, and I tell you the answer to that, then you gonna know why that's so. If I tell you the sun is bright yellow because God urinated on it, then you're going to say, well, how God urinate? I thought humans do it. Now, that was a very bad example to use. Hopefully, it made you laugh and broke up the monotony. But yeah, I shouldn't have used that one. But anyway, you get my point. Each question you ask gives an answer that's going to give birth to another question. This string theory. This is how your life is. Each death, you're going to be spiritually attracted to begin a new journey. All right. And you're going to keep coming in and out of existence through the woman, which is the portal. And when you look at Neith, you can see her symbol is actually the Dogon Kananga, or what they call in the Sirius star system. And this is where I'm going to end the video, because I must pick up on part 2 with right where I'm left off. And I'm going to come back with part 2 in just 30 minutes. I'm going to take a 30-minute break. I'm going to shut the screen down. I'm going to have something to eat. And I'm going to come right back with part 2. So you want to be around on this channel all the way to September the 3rd. Now, let me summarize this section of the video, show you why it's important to end it here. Neith means 8. I don't know if you can see it in the name. But if you look at the name Neith, and if you take the N off, what you get is ETH, or the number that we call 8. Neith is really 8. And if you look at her symbol, it looked like the number 8, just slight different. It looked like the number 8, which is also the alphabet H. The 8 and the H is the same thing. That's why the 8 is the H alphabet. My bad. I meant the H is the 8th alphabet, and they sound the same. So H is 8. H is 8. And 8 is something that you do after you consume food. After you consume food, you say, hey, I just ate. And if you think of eclipses, after the moon or sun is consumed, they have just been ate or ate. So stare at this for a minute. This is the cosmic code of all of our reality, and it's represented by the goddess. That goddess is Neith, which means night. And it's also mean 8. Now, what does the number 8 and the alphabet H has to do with the night sky? Well, let me show you. If you look, before I do that, if you look at this is the Kananga or Sirius. This is important before I get into H8 and all of that and close this up. This is important because the Kananga, what you're looking at now, and I'm explaining to you what this means, it has nothing to do with no Sirius star system. What you're looking at is the alignment that's going to take place with each end of this thing mirroring each other. And you see that this is actually, hold on, look at that string. Now imagine if it was standing upright. Now look at Neith right here, her symbol. It looked like the scarab beetle rolling the dung again. Think about it. It's the goddess with her hands raised when you stand it upright. Here you go. If you look on here, they've been deceiving us for years, saying that this Dogon Kananga is a symbol for Orion. I just broke down to y'all that it have nothing to do with Orion. that it's got everything to do with this great alignment that we finna face on the 23rd. Now, I come from the Black conscious community, and they taught me all my life this right here, that the Dogon Kananga mean Orion. But I'm telling y'all right now, what it mean and what the ancients really meant, we're about to see on the 23rd. This is important because the Great Pyramid is going to be aligned with Venus, and the very center of that pyramid is the King Shaft. That would be the dark hole that Jesus was put in. And when it aligns with Venus, that symbolizes the king being born again, or the rebirth of Osiris. So this is mythology that we're going to actually see in our sky on the 23rd, but we've been misinterpreted for the last 5,000 years, 7,000 years. This is the same thing that the Christians was telling us about the open tomb. It's the rebirth of Jesus. It's the rebirth of Osiris. Now, you can look at it like this too. If you look at the top, you see this. Oh, hold on. If you look at the top here, you have a page full of Kanangas. Again, they're lying to you, telling you that this is Sirius. Why would our ancestors personify a constellation called Sirius? Why would they say, I'm going to make it a goddess raising its arms? Now, when you go to everybody culture, they don't say nothing about Sirius. They all talk about a cosmic mother with her arms raised, symbolizing sun and moon going around her body at the North Pole. And if you look at this art in the top left of this collage, you can see that. You can see the mama goddess with her legs spread, arms raised high, and you can see the sun and moon going around her, because she represents the black hole that eclipses them both. You get it? The sun and moon both have to go back to her. She's that darkness that causes the eclipses of them both. She's that darkness that causes us to go to sleep at night and to die. We can't escape her. She exists physically, mentally, you name it. She's the fabric of all there is. So all throughout pre-dynastic world, this concept was personified by a goddess raising her arms. And that became the alphabet H, which is also the number 8, which is also what they tell you about the H, y'all. They say the H is a silent alphabet because the goddess was hidden. They said the H is silent because the shit that I'm telling you is secretive and always been occult, and everything linked to the feminine is in darkness because she represents darkness. This is the secret of her. Even in the ancient world, when there was no new world order and when nobody hiding this knowledge, it still was hidden. What's so wrong about today is they don't want you seeking it. As opposed to the ancient day, it was your very life duty to seek the darkness, to meditate and to see and explore the darkness behind your eyes. And when you wake up, get on a boat and travel the earth and to constantly stay moving, traveling the earth. We never were settlers. We were always gypsies. That's the root word of Egyptian. You're not an Egyptian if you're a settler. We don't settle. That's why I have a problem with the Black conscious community being attached to their little boroughs and neighborhoods. We're not like the Pilgrims. We weren't settlers. We were always nomads. If you read about the chosen people, they'll tell you these chosen people never settled. They was gypsies. They was nomads, and they always traveled. That's because every last human being is chosen. And every last one of us, no matter what color you was the chosen person of the chosen child of the Most High, when we lived accordingly on this earth. Humans stayed moving just like the ocean tides. We're the sea. We're the sea. We're waves. We're the sea. We're the human ocean. And when we stay in one spot and create cities, that's called dynastic. We didn't always have national flags that we belong to. We got national flags when we abandoned our family crest. Your family crest was only made by your mama, and everybody had one that linked them to the earth, which is a big seal. The earth, our cosmos, shaped like a royal crest. And I'll be going into that in the future videos. Micro, macro, our family crest shaped like the coat of arms. And the coat of arms shaped exactly like the female uterus vagina. And your lineage was passed with that coat of arms through the matrilineal system of the woman. She is the lineage with the mitochondrial DNA. I'm going to go back to, I'm skipping around here. Let me let you go, but let me say this. We traded our lineage through the woman, which held our sovereignty, for to be ruled over by pharaohs. So we used to have family crests. Now we don't have family crests. We have broken up families and we have national flags that we're enslaved to. Now the people who created your nation's flag, they have family crests. Now you get it when we say we're being ruled over by royal families. What make them royal families? Because they all got royal crests. Every country has a great seal which binds all of us slaves to that royal family. The flag that creates your nationhood robs you of your true sovereignty. I don't care if it's a Moorish flag, African flag, red, black, and green. The only flag you should be waving is the sigil of your mother's womb that represents your DNA. We don't even know how to create family crests anymore. What I will be reteaching that ancient science in the future. So your family crest is a spiritual sigil that links your entire bloodline to the cosmic mother. That is very powerful. When we was keeping track with our lineages this way, there was no need to argue about who was the chosen people, because everyone was covered under a seal or a crest, and they had an inheritance. Every family had an inheritance to the community and the land. So when you was born out your mama, you broke the covenant with her womb when you signed a birth certificate and no longer had a royal crest or a family seal linking you to your family. But now your family has sold its whole, what's the word? Your family have sold its whole inheritance to the NWO every time we're born. What we don't know. The stuff I'm teaching you, you can't regain by filling out documents that they're giving you. The only way we can regain our true inheritance is with bloodshed. And that's the whole thing about sacrifice and the menstruation of the woman. See, what cleanses the woman is her shedding blood out of her womb. And that blood actually cleanses her. And that's exactly what's going to cleanse Mother Nature when her children shed blood of those who have wronged her. She has no hands but us. And as long as we stay stagnant and not being gypsies moving around the earth, then nothing gonna happen. We're gonna stay stagnant and just be exterminated. Stagnation ain't good. Running water is powerful. It's current. Stagnated water is full of, bacteria and stuff. Hold on a minute, guys, because I'm being interrupted right now. Hold on. Hey guys, there's a lot more I need to go over before I let you go, but I had to quiet my dogs. I've been skipping around and I opened up stuff that I didn't finish and vice versa. Here you can see the goddess inside of a football shape, and that's called a yoni. That's the sacred womb of the woman. You just got to flip it vertical, but you can see inside of that the woman is raising her arms. Now this became the kananga. This goddess with her hands raised and her legs spread, it became this symbol, the Dogon Kananga. Now I'm going to tie all of this home and tell you why I said Neath and 8 is important. The number 8 is the symbol of infinity. All right. The number 8 is the symbol of infinity, and the H is balance and scales. The alphabet H is a balance symbol. It's what you get when you take two capital T's and stick them together. Remember that the capital T is Ma'at with her wings spread, and a balance and scale is on each part of that capital T. The T is actually a tree. I just told y'all words that rhyme have a relationship. So T, 3, and tree, and E. T, 3, tree, E. What is a capital E? It's a trident. What is a trident? A trinity. A not a pitchfork, a three-pointed, trident that's carried by the devil or the diva, because it's really the mother goddess they turned into this great red dragon. But nature reminds us of the matriarch aspect of this reality. For example, September 23rd, you're going to literally see a serpent in the sky. And that's the dragon that they want you to be scared of in Revelation. But the revelation comes from the woman. She reveals all of the truth about the cosmos. She's the first teacher. She's the dragon who drags the dress behind, who drags, in the wedding. So why is the bride the bridge, the gateway, the portal? Why is, see here. She's I keep having brain farts. So we have the T, which is the E, the 3, the tree. The T look like a tree. And the reason, if you outline this T, you will get a vagina. You will get a triangle. Now, this T also have 3 points. It has 3 points. This T represents the crossroads. When you go up the womb of a woman, you meet a crossroads in her uterus. All right. And it's a T inside of her body creating that crossroads. And this is what the sperm has to do. The sperm comes from the man, travels this lane, this vein, or this canal, and then you meet a crossroads. And it's there what determines what happened to the spark or the sperm. The sperm is the spark of consciousness. Well, it's not the spark of consciousness. It's the spark of life. It's what makes you move. Remember that the darkness, the night sky, it's still. It don't move. The night sky never moves. It's just darkness and it's stillness. Now, the lights, the stars, the luminaries, they move. So darkness is equivalent to stillness, like light is equivalent to movement. And when you look at sperm inside of a man, it's biological light. It's the spark that makes humans move. Notice that the eggs of a woman are stationary. They don't move in her ovaries. That's why the sperm is able to find the egg. Do you think that the sperm could find that egg if it was moving and hiding? The circle or the zero, the egg represents the darkness, the stillness. Think about it. When we have sex, the man moves, the woman don't. The woman lay on her back and it's the man who do the pumping. So she's the still one, the darkness, the quiet one. The man is the loud one, the light bringer, the sustainer. He penetrates the womb. The penis penetrate. Penis for penetration, Venus for vortex, absorption. So now that we got that out the way, we ask the question, how does this tie into the divine feminine? What's going on the 23rd? What Mother Nature is trying to tell us, her children? Mother Nature need us to not be scared to die. Mother Nature need us to know what we once always knew, that when we never stop breathing. Your fear of death is your fear of drowning. You think when you jump in the water, you're going to drown and run out of breath. That's not the case, family. You never stop breathing. When you take your last breath, you exhale the air out of these lungs and you blow the air into new lungs. It's very beautiful. It's string theory. If you think of an Olympic race, when they had those collaboration races, one of the runners had to run to his buddy and hand him the stick. And then he had to run fast and run up there to his buddy and hand him the stick. And it's teamwork. And they keep passing this stick to see who gonna win this race first, because they racing it in teams. Well, that's string theory. The stick going from one hand to another is your soul going from one body to the next. The body is nothing but a suit that you put on to come here. And you choose the way it looked from the subtle realm. You start making your own body in the womb of your mother. You're the creator, but she gives you the building material. Just like we make our houses on earth, but Mother Nature gives us the rocks and dirt. I'm not being cocky when I say I think I have some of the most powerful information on the internet right now. This is not an attack on no one. It's just me telling you that the most popular stuff isn't going to go this deep. I just showed you about the Kananga, the mother goddess. It has nothing to do with Sirius, that it's the mother goddess. The reason I brought that up is because when you think about what they did when they created this took us away more from the flat earth truth and toward their heliocentrism back in the early 60s. The people who invented the Orion Kananga deception with the Dogon were European writers who went over there to Mali with the intent of rewriting the myth of the Kananga. So what you will find is when you Americans research the Kananga, most of you think that the Kananga represents Sirius, but everywhere else you go, they got Kanangas as well, and they'll tell you theirs represent the mother goddess. In fact, let me show you something about the Dogon. The Dogon have a mother goddess, right? I'm Googling now, Dogon mother goddess. The Dogon's mother goddess, her name is Amma. And this is her right here. She's also can be personified as a crocodile or gator. This is the Dogon, if you can see here, goddess Amma. And her symbol is the snake. I keep telling y'all about this snake that was cursed is not evil. It's a symbol of balance. They did the woman wrong in Genesis. Remember, in Genesis, what happened with the Genesis? The Christians did what the early Egyptians did before them. The Greeks and the Greco-Romans, because there was a time where the Greeks and Egypt was just one nation. Matter of fact, we still in that time. We're in Greco-Egypt today. A lot of people like to say we living in Rome today, but we're not. We're living in Rome/Egypt. Why you think there's a pyramid on your dollar? The architecture we see in Rome and Egypt were the same. They blended it. So when you go to Rome, you see little pyramids, but they're not on the scale of ours. You see pillars that they built, but not on the scale of the Egyptians. You see pyramids all over. The Romans and the Greek blended their ideas and created the first forms of the New World Order, Freemasonry. When you ask what happened to the great Roman Empire, the same thing happened to the great Egyptian Empire. They merged together and became what we call Britain and America today. Throughout the time, these two have always recreated their names. Britain is Egypt. America is Rome, the child of Egypt. We have to come to grasp that Egypt wasn't this birthplace of civilization. It was the ending of the old world. The first pharaoh represents the first president of the New World Order, and he had a Greek name. You ought to think about that, Kemetic people. Africa is not Greek. So what's the connection that this African man have to the Greeks? I just told you. The Ptolemies came to Egypt with the globe, and they stayed there a while and created the Greco-Roman society that we still in today. In America, we eat a lot of pizza. That come from Rome. But in America, we got a huge Kemetic culture that come from Egypt. And these two cultures equally influence American society. So we in a Greco-Roman culture. And they showing you that on that dollar. So I'm trying to get us out of that and back to the great mother that they curse by telling you the serpent is evil, the woman is stupid, she's the lesser vessel, she's the strongest vessel. Don't you know what she can do to the strongest man while he's in her womb? Don't you know the giant on earth was once held in his mama's hand? She holds the seed and can do away with it before it can even take root and manifest. That's God power. You don't even have a chance if she don't say so. So we have to revere the woman for what she is to get back on track. And if, like I said, right here, you see the Kananga in the form of Mama Amma. And Mama Amma can be half snake sometimes. Sometimes she's half alligator. Look here. This thing, what you see on the wall is Mama Amma with her hands raised again, making the Kananga. And you can see that her head is a crocodile or a gator. Look here. Amma, Dogon, mother goddess from Mali. And she's looked like an alligator. You know what they did with all of this, y'all? Let me show you something. This is how they tricked us. The whole reptilian shit. Everybody's scared of the reptilian shit when we the reptilians. Ma'at has scales. They gave the scales to these little creatures, y'all. But the skin represents the same thing that the balance and scales represent. The pattern of their skin represent the fractal nature of the flower of life. The snake scales is hexagonal. If you look at snake skin, it's some of the most expensive clothing on the market and some of the most sexiest. Why we think snake skin is sexy but still be scared of snakes? Why we think the woman is sexy but still treat her bad? Can't y'all see what they did? They desecrated the woman role in mythology and in spirituality. We say the woman is sexy, but she's treated the worst. She's the most beautiful creature, but the most oppressed. And it's because anything in mythology that was to do with the woman, they put it behind Satanism. They put it behind, scales and snakes, and you don't want it, but you better go away from them witches. In the old day, they said they was witches and they burnt them. This is when the homosexuality arose, y'all. And we got to get into grips with this. So the whole thing about, what was I saying? Yes, how they desecrated the goddess, which was also, if you think about it, the serpent goddess was nothing but Mama Amma. All of these things was the woman. But why is she a reptile? Let me show you. Let me show you why. This is the goddess Nuwa. You see she has the head of a woman and the body of a snake. This is one of the oldest deities in Asia, family. You realize she is the dragon that we're going to see on the 23rd, right? This great alignment is going to reveal Nuwa. Nuwa is the root word of Nuwapu, Nuwapian. And it's when you take the goddess Nu and you say Wa, which is just water, wave. In fact, there's a musical instrument called a wah-wah guitar. You need to Google it. It's called a wah-wah guitar. And the sound of the guitar goes a little something like this. Wow, 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 wow. You ever heard that sound effect on a movie? When something bad happened or something we don't like happen, or just say you get pulled over by the police, it says, woo, 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 or wow, 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 wow. That sound, you hear it in a lot of TV shows when you make a mistake or something embarrassing happen, or if you spill something, they say, wow, 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 wow. That's the whole thing that the police siren is doing. So the siren is the sine wave. It's the bullhorn or the trumpets that's going to go off in Revelation. It's the bell that's being rung on a steeple. Remember, it's called a steeple because it's steep. A mountain is steep. What is a mountain? A pyramid. What is a mountain? And a mount. An amount. They said, what's the amount of something? Mean the sum of it, or the summit of it, the pinnacle, the climax, the peak. We can't escape the triangle or the vagina. The peak would be the peak hole, the hole at the tip of her triangle. Your woman's womb, her vagina shaped like a triangle with hair on it. But at the tip of her triangle is a hole. That's the entrance. That's the entrance. Okay? That peak is the pineal gland. The pineal is the pinnacle. So what am I saying when you look at new water? You're looking at new water. You go into new water, man. You leave this body. You exhale your last breath. You actually blow your spirit out of your lungs into a whole nother you. At the same time this body takes its last breath, you already in the womb of your mama and the scrotum of your father, existing in a dual state. Part of you is existing in your father's scrotum as just the spark of life, meaning power, meaning you can have a computer, right, with all this good information inside of it, but if you don't plug it into the wall and give it power, it won't be able to access none of that memory. It can know everything. It can even actually know more than you, but it'll be useless without power. So I'm giving you masculine and feminine in the creation process and transitioning of the soul, 50-50. When you leave this body and you exhale, you also inhale at the same time. When you came into the earth and you left the waters of your mother, you inhaled and you took in your first breath, and what did you do? You cried. You cried because when you inhaled that first breath, it kind of hurted. It was uncomfortable. You was used to the water realm. When you inhale that first breath, you are being initiated into human life. For the first time, your soul is experiencing a reality upon the place it was trying to get back to. In the ancient world, they would take a little baby and tell it its previous lives. They tracked them. They had a good system of tracking souls through the lineage of the women. We don't know who we are today. Some of us were ancient pharaohs who fucked it up, and we still in the way today. We're the same people doing the same stuff, asking the same questions, but something happened. There was a glitch in the record. So as you exist in your father's scrotum as just a spark, that you also, what happens when you die, your left and right brain split from each other. Pieces of your who you are in your subtle body or spiritual body or conscious, subconscious body exist in both parts of the mind. Whenever they meet the crossroads, you form another bond or another body inside of a mama, and these two merge and marry, and now you're solidified back here again. You travel through these elements. Like I said, nothing can escape matter. The spirit can't be seen, but wind can't be seen. It can be felt. The spirit is nothing but a form of gas and consciousness and light that you can't perceive. It's so subtle, but it's made of these elements. That's why it journeys with the earth. The earth is connected spiritually, physically. All of these realms are one thing. I'm talking to you now, and I'm talking to a physical person. And if I took the spirit out of that physical person, the body would just drop down lifeless. And if I took the body away from that spiritual person, I wouldn't have nothing to look at because I can't see their spirit. It's the spirit and the body that makes you you. The spirit is the cream filling that even get his cakes. Think about it. Think of a cake with filling. And think of angel food cake. We know the outside cake part is just a simple sweet cake. You bite into that cake for the cream. Keep it real. If you eat Twinkies, you biting into that cake because you like that cream in the middle is so sweet, creamy, the vanilla flavor and the texture. It's like the bread is just there really so you can hold the cream. Everybody know the sandwich, the bread tastes good, but really when they created the sandwich, they just used the bread to eat the meat with. They said, hey, I want to eat meat without getting my hands dirty. So they slapped it in between two pieces of bread. That's how the sandwich was made. But what they called it was the sandwich. The witch is there because she sandwiches us in between realities. In other words, everything we perceive as reality, going to the beach, living a life, is sandwiched in between darkness. You came to this beautiful, colorful world from darkness, and you're going to leave and go back to darkness. And when you go to darkness, then the light going to come on again, and you're going to see waterfalls, and you're going to be back into a life again. Then it's going to be darkness. Then the light going to come on again, and you're going to be living again. So the darkness is the bread, the thread. And that's why the Bible say, give us this day our daily bread. That's a form of resurrection, death and rebirth. And it takes us back to what I was closing off with when I was talking about Neith in relation to the role she played. She represents the figure 8 or the kananga, the string theory. When a woman is knitting a fabric, the needle is the masculine and the thread is the feminine. Remember that the man is stiff, but he moves. Hold up, I just said the wrong thing. I'm getting brain farts. I said, but he moves. I meant, but she moves. So the man is stiff. Think about it. The quilt that's being knitted, it don't move. She's knitting this quilt, and each part of the quilt that's completed, you can see this big blanket starting to form. And each part is completed is still. It's still. The only part of the thread that's moving is the part that's being braided. This is important because when a woman is knitting a quilt, she's making the number 8 with the needle. She's making DNA to even thread the needle. And the needle is taking the actions of a snake when it moves. The needle creates a bond with the fabric by the braids that's happening, all because of the duality that the needle and thread produces. The needle is stiff. Excuse me. The needle is stiff. It can't bend, and it can actually penetrate you. The thread is wiggly. It can bend, and it cannot penetrate you. So you have a needle and a thread. You have a yin and a yang, and what they create as a result of their marriage is a quilt, a blanket. And that's very powerful because any two polarities will always give birth to a new creation. And what's going to happen on the 23rd is the polarities that we see in the night sky are going to marry themselves and give birth to a new energy, a new era. And we're going to be leaving his story going into her story. Her story was hidden behind this open tomb because it's really the open womb that we all come from. So there's no God that resurrected. That's all mythology. It's the open womb that we come from. And as you can see here, this is the beast. This the beast This is the royal crest. If you look in the middle here, it's the coat of arms. This is Dodge Ram. Think of Dodge Ram. Hold on. They telling y'all this. Somebody already got it up there. This is oval because you have ovary and vein. You have think about it. The yoni. Let me show y'all something. When we say words like ovaries and oval, it's because the yoni is an oval. The yoni is an oval. It's not a spear. It's an oval. Okay? It's an oval because it's two spears connected like the MasterCard. Think of a woman's legs and both of her thighs, okay, merging to create her vagina in the middle. So think of your woman, man, and think of her juicy legs merging together like the MasterCard. Think of the left part, one thigh, the right part, another thigh, and think of this oval shape. See here, oval. This oval shape right here in the middle, that's the vagina. That's the climax, the peak. This is also called cleavage, and it can be looked at as the breast. You know, whenever you have this, there's an entrance or an exit. Even if you want to look at it as a butt, I hate to be vulgar, but that would be the crack where an exit happened. And we know what that is. Some of y'all farting right now because you're scared, thinking the world gonna end. Well, quit pooting out of that MasterCard back there. Hey, because ain't nothing gonna happen but deception. And I had to give y'all a laugh. I'm not even looking at the chat box. Let me make sure, let me check on the chat, because last time I didn't look at the chat, people, I messed up an entire show. So let me hide the screen for a minute and take a peek at the chat. And I'm just trying to see, is everybody loving the information? Okay, I got Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes. Patricia Steele, shout out to you, sister. You know I got to make you a moderator so that you can be able to post links if need to. Because Patricia Steele have events and shows going. Pretty sure she has some stuff to say about all of this coming crazy stuff. Shout out to the Flat Earth Network, something you guys don't know about yet, but it's in the making. Listen, I'm supposed to stop that 3 hours, guys, but there's so much I still gotta say, and I'll let you go at least before 3:30. I'm past due for my break. My lips are white like I've been eating powdered donuts, and my chest is kind of getting tired. I really need to rest my voice, but I don't like to rest until I reach a good stopping point. So now that I'm looking in the chat and I see a bunch of fireballs, hearts, and smiley faces, I know y'all enjoying the show and I can keep it going. This show ain't about me really interacting with y'all. It's about me giving you my research. So I'm not looking at the chat. You know I'm done with this. We're going to have an open panel like I always do, and we can all discuss it together. But while I'm going in, I got to get this down, the work down. So let me get back in it. I don't want to waste your time. I think y'all get my point, though. It's a code. And the female is the peak or the climax of it all. So when you say an amount, when you say 2 + 2 is 4, you going from left to right, and that's a no-no. Our ancestors didn't do nothing linear from left to right or right to left like they say. They say we weren't writing the life to left to right. A lot of people will tell you that. They'll say we didn't write from left to right. We wrote from right to left. What they do is they leave one polarity and go to another. We didn't write from neither. We wrote from the left and the right and tried and toward the center. Because we didn't write words. We wrote symbols. So I'm going to give you an example. If you see what I'm saying here, this is if this was a map, just say if this MasterCard symbol was an addition problem, like I just named, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Well, let's just say the red is a 2 and the yellow is a 2. The red circle is equivalent to 2, and the yellow circle is equivalent to 2. Well, our answer, when 2 plus 2 come together, they would make 4, and it won't be to the right, y'all. It would be in the middle, just like you see here. When you bring things together, the sum of those things is always at the center. When you bring all of the corners of a pyramid together, a peak is created in a direct center of the pyramid. So think about what I'm saying and keep this in mind. The peak is the seal, the great seal. And you see why it's called a seal. When you look at a pyramid from the top view, the peak is in the center. What I told you about your woman's peak. Her peak is in the center of her legs, called a vagina. Where the peak on a pyramid is the climax. Don't mean it got to be a top point. It just mean the sum or the summit. The peak of 2 plus 2 is 4. That's why it's called the answer. That's the climax. Think of a man and woman having sex. What is the climax? The end part. The orgasm that happens. So it's this peak, this climax, this summit, this revelation. It's a concept, not just geographical or dealing with architecture. So this peak, if we look at a pyramid here from a top view, this peak is also the great seal, the royal crest, which is the matriarch, the woman. This is a pyramid from the top view. This would be the equivalent of looking at Nut from the top view. The pyramid is the cosmos. And if you think of Nut as a pyramid and Geb as the earth plane, we'll go back to our pyramid from the top view. You see that this pyramid from the top view resembles something called an envelope. And what you do with an envelope is you lick it and you seal it. So lock this in your mind for a minute. Pyramid top view resembles an envelope or a seal. All right. Now it's going to get deep. Why is an envelope called an envelope? And why do we say we're sealing it in the back? Because where your spit is, where you licking that envelope, that's where the great center of the earth is. The tip of this thing where you lick at to seal this envelope, that's X marks the spot. And you can see you got 2 hourglasses that's creating the seal, or what's called a Masonic bow tie. When you get an hourglass vertical and an hourglass horizontal, it's a spiral, or the Milky Way. Think of this. This is how you get the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way don't exist. They're taking this ancient concept I'm showing you now and corrupting it. If you take a seal, or for example, this in front of you, if you take an X and you put that X inside of a circle or a square, and you start spinning it, you'll create a spiral. When you spin an X, you create a spiral. I hope y'all see how simple it is. A spinning X is nothing but a spiral when you spin it. And that's how you get the Milky Way. But why am I saying this? I'm saying this because, and I forgot why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because you don't live in the Milky Way galaxy. You live in the Earth heart cosmos, and at the center is a hole. Just like at the center here, it's where X marks the spot, the bull's eye. This alignment that's happening 23rd is called the Great Bull's Eye. This is when the arrow is going to be shot into the middle of the target. meaning that you're going to have a linear alignment of these planetary bodies like I've been showing y'all. You're going to have a linear alignment, and it's pointing, all of these planetary bodies are going to be pointing to the womb. Did you hear what I said? It's just like an arrow going into the darkness of a human flesh, piercing the flesh to end life. But the same arrow that ends the life is the arrow that begins the life. And when we talk about a seal, it's a bond. It's a covenant. Remember the Ark of the Covenant? It's not a dumb, stupid little box. It's the arch of the covenant, meaning the sky goddess Nut, who's making that arch with her back, and she's bending her, making the arch like this pyramid. From a top view, we can see she is the great seal. And I brought that up to say that when you say seal, it's S-E-A-L, because that's what you do to the envelope. You seal the envelope with your spit. But when you say seal, it's also C-I-E-L, dealing with ceiling, dealing with the roof of your house. So why is the roof of your house called a ceiling? And also something that bonds a covenant is called a great seal or a ceiling, because the covenant resides in a woman. Remember that the arch that her stomach make is the roof for the baby. Your first house when you came to this earth was the inside of your mama's womb. That was your home. She created an arch over your head with her body, and her doggone vagina was the door that you walked out of. Oh man, I don't think y'all hearing me here today. I love you women. Don't you know that I really, like, tears can come out of my eyes right now when I think of how much of a beautiful creature you are. Do you know that the bulge of your belly is the baby's house? You are erecting him a castle with your flesh. Can I get a doggone flat power? Man, this is deep stuff. So the woman builds a house for the baby with the very fabric of her flesh. She builds a dwelling for the baby. And when the baby is ready to go, she opens her legs and allow the baby to exit her gate. Just like the mama saying, okay, son, you can go outside and play. You cleaned up your room. Then the mama opened up the front door and you see that sunlight. And boy, you go out there and you smell the trees and you can hear the laughter. But it wasn't until you cleaned that room. In other words, you got to dedicate 9 months of transitioning in the womb and assisting the mama build your personal temple. Because the body that's being made in the womb of the woman is being housed by the mother's body. But the purpose of the womb is for the baby to create his own house, for the spirit to come into the womb and build a house. So once the spirit builds a stable house for itself in the womb of the mother with her assistance, it now can leave her house and leave dock. It's like a ship, right, that lets its anchor up and goes out to sea. You don't have to be anchored to your mama no more. So they cut the umbilical cord or the anchor, the unk. They cut that because now you're your own unk. Think about the human body. We look just like an unk with our arms spread out. There's no need for you to be in the womb of your unk, which is your mother, no more, because you have now formed your mini cosmos or your unk in the womb. When you enter the womb of the, matter of fact, I'm skipping around. I'm going to go back to the unk, but let's stick with the seal. The seal is the peak and the bond, the sealing. Remember, Nut is the covenant, the arch of the covenant. She promising us that she gonna protect us on this earth and that them stars is balanced. Ain't no meteors, ain't no comets, ain't no Nibiru gonna come crashing to us. Because when you look at the sky goddess Nut, she telling you she got the stars in her body, just like your mama telling you, think about it. When you was a baby, inside of your mama belly, you didn't ask your mama, is the belly stable? You didn't even have a thought about stability. You was inside of your mama belly just thinking about growing up, making it here and coming out of the womb. You went inside of your mama belly thinking about, what if her stomach crash on me? What if her belly ain't got a proper roof on it? You knew that your mama's body was stable. You was a baby in her womb, and you didn't question the stability of the dwelling that she provided for you, being the arch of her stomach. Now you leave the belly of your mama and you enter the earth like Gab here. You see Gab there? He's still inside of the belly. Yes, he's a grown man who left the belly of his mama, but he's in the belly of the earth. He's dependent now on the earth. So when you in the belly of your mama, it's the spirit entering that dual state. And I'm going to break it down and I'm going to let y'all go. And I want y'all to take notes because I be forgetting a lot of stuff. We talked about Neith. We talked about string. See, Neith is night. She the same thing Nut doing. But anyway, here goes some art that'll show you what I was saying about how the sun actually makes its transit through the body of Nut. I used to say that was the sun. I take it back now. That's Aldebaran. That's what we're calling Nibiru. So what you see Nut, right? You see a red ball by her mouth, and you see this red ball by her womb. That's Nibiru. It's the planet of the crossing. They call it planet X because it goes through her body. It has to go through that. Remember, I just showed you the X, right? It goes through the seal or the ceiling. Nibiru is called a ninth planet because 9 represents the spiral or the feminine. When you say feminine, she's the feminine because she represents the spiral energy, the curvy energy, the sine wave that was cursed and called sin. So when you look at Nut from the top view, you can see she's the great seal that envelops the entire cosmos. Now this is called an envelope for that reason. If you think of the word envelope, if you envelop something, you encompass that entire thing. And when you say the word encompass, all compasses point to the great mother. She encompasses the whole cosmos. She envelops the entire earth. So an envelope is something you seal, and I just showed you when you dealing with an envelope how just sending out mail is a form of a ritual dealing with as above so below. I keep telling y'all everything we do is symbolic. I think y'all think I be playing or something, but I just use a doggone envelope to show you how important that is. You get 4 pieces, 4 pie slices with that envelope. All right. And keep that envelope in your mind. That's the top view of a pyramid. Where you seal it at represents the great seal or the arch of the covenant. And your spit, your DNA is what bonds the envelope. Nut represents the DNA. Remember Neith? Neith is Nut. What was Neith? She was a symbol that looked like DNA or string theory. DNA is the string theory. It's woven together like a perfect braid. And when you look at the number 8, it's the hourglass or the DNA, a perfect braid. They even got something called a cinnamon twist in bakery that's giving you this. And I'm just re-giving it to you. But something I want to point out is when you look at this, I want to point out again what I was telling y'all. Hold on a minute, guys. What I want to point out is this. I showed you a picture of the sun making its transit inside of Nut's body. That was an awesome artwork that depicts one of the carvings in Egypt, this one here. I love this one because it shows the, I keep calling that little reddish orange object the sun, but that's actually the second sun. That's what they're calling Nibiru. And the reason we don't always see it is because what you see in this art. Nibiru enters a portal. And I believe that portal takes Nibiru to beyond the ice ring. And that's a place we can't access because of the Antarctic Treaty, of course. Where does this where does Nibiru come and go from? Well, me personally, I believe that just like in our reality, we got all of these streets and blocks and highways, but sometimes we can take a shortcut through an alley. When you turn off of a main road into an alley, you disappear. And guess what happens? You pop out on another side of a main road. If somebody didn't know that there was a shortcut there, they would say, where the hell did you just come from? But if you look at this art here, Nibiru never left us. What we're calling Nibiru is Aldebaran, and it was called something different by the ancestors. Different things, you know, you can research that, but it's a reddish orange thing. We see it all over Kemetic art, and it's something that the scarab beetle is dragging along the desert. And in Kemet, we worship this scarab beetle. In fact, when you say scarab, you hear the word Arab in it. We know that the Arabs or the Arabs are the people who have a lot of this knowledge of the genie. The genie is the Genesis. Remember, the Genesis is the first book of the Bible. But who is the genie? Because if Genesis the first book of the Bible and the word Genesis come from the genie, who is the genie? Well, the word genie comes from an ancient concept called Nagini. And a Nagini is a half person, half snake. This is an example of a Nagini. The synonym equivalent to Nagini would be mermaid. So we love the mermaid. The Moors say that they originated from a mermaid. But if you look at the Moorish fairs, it's the beehive of the bee goddess. And what the Moors originate from is the great mother, where we all originate from. Everyone traced their origin stories back to a fish creature, a reptile people, snake people, some serpent woman, a fish woman, because this is all symbolic of the waters above Nut. The waters that's in the pregnancy of a woman. Waters move in waves just like the snake. So the woman and the water are synonymous. And the man is synonymous with fire. All right? Woman for water, men, we are fire. I'm trying to give us back our true roles, because that's why we got so much homoism today. Now let me get back to this Nagini. That Nagini is who? The genie. The Genesis, the one who has the genes, because she got the mitochondrial DNA. She's the lineage. All right. Now, we got this out the way. The genie, the Nagini, is Ketu, the bride. If you see here, her tail would be the long wedding dress, and her queen's crown would be the veil. So the wedding, the bride wears a veil and she has a tail. And you see this in a lot of superheroes. For example, Batman wear a veil and have a cape for a tail. But if you look up a deity called Ketu, Ketu is the Vedic equivalent of the dragon, or the veil and the tail. The one that covers its head with the veil but drags the tail. And that's the woman. The woman isn't head heavy. She thinks more with her intuition and inner soul, inner being. The man is head heavy. We're Rahu, and the woman is Ketu. Therefore, the woman is not the head. But that was flipped today, where they actually removed the woman from the head of the household. So I hope y'all see how deep this go. She's not the head, but she called the shots. So the thing is this. When I say she called the shots, she makes the law. Man then go and enforces the law. So fire will burn you when you pollute the water. Water is the law. It's the rhythm of the feminine, of the mother. Fire then comes and burn you. It's a punishing agent. You look at water and fire being polarities, even when you think of red and blue and the elemental chart, you'll see why, man, it's important to speak with fire like I'm speaking, and not like no woman. You know how they soft talking women be, how brother Jabari on Sarnetta be sounding sugary. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, Jabari. I really apologize. I was thinking out loud, forgot I was live. Y'all get my drift. If you got something worth saying, say it like the lion you are. And women, if you got something worth saying, say it like a woman, because I don't want to hear women yelling like me. Each role, each species can be the best it can be if it stick to its role. Women will hear you louder if you spoke softer. And women will hear you louder if you talk like a man. All right, this is what compassion gives you. But what is compassion? Compass. All right, for you to have compassion, you got to have a compass, a moral compass, pointing you to the great mother within yourself, the dark part of you that's merciful, that's understanding, that's caring. Okay, so Ketu is the equivalent of the Nagini, the genie, and it grants your wishes because your third eye literally shapes your reality for you. What you think with the third eye mirrors itself. I just went into that. She gonna give you what you put out. So enough of that. I don't want to be redundant, and I don't want to get all into a Rahu Ketu lecture. I just want to show you how it's all the devil. People say, Brother Sanchez, you worship the devil, boy. You gonna go to hell. I tell them, you right about me worshiping the devil, but we all already in hell. So what do you mean? Worshiping the devil didn't get me in hell. Worshiping the devil was going to get us in heaven. Worshiping the devil is paying homage to Mother Nature. It ain't the devil. It's the diva. Y'all need to learn the origin of these words. They took a Vedic word and put an L on it, and now you don't even know the truth. Go on Google and put in diva. D-E-V-A. And when you do that, a bunch of cities gonna pop up like this because this is a very popular concept. But when you do that, you're gonna get some tabs in the top that say what kind of diva you looking for. Type in up and say click on Buddhism or Hinduism, and you're gonna get this. These are called devas or divas, and they became devils today, y'all. And all they are divine women. These are the 4 Deva kings. They are not devas. Let me repeat. Don't let them throw you off. These are not devas. These are protectors of devas. You see the weapons in their hands? Like I told you, man, we are law enforcers. Okay? She create the policy, we police it. We're the police, she the lawmaker, she the judge, she wear the robe. But all our job is to enforce her law. Now the world is in chaos and it's lawless because man can't, we weren't made, men, to write laws. We're not fair like women. Okay? We're competitive. And the fact that men are writing the law today and the law is more corrupted than anything, prove my point. You don't have a law system today. Crooks giving you the law. Like I said, you're not in civilization. Civilization ended in the pre-dynasty area. We've been in the New World Order for the past 7,000 years, and it's ending at this time. We're going back to the old world with the goddesses. So all of this gay stuff and energy and the feminism, it's symbolic. The goddess is returning on all levels. but they're manipulating the energy by turning it into some transsexual movement, homo movement. So understand the Psyop here. All of this tie into the space program because they're attacking the space of the womb. They're attacking the babies in the womb, the creative space where you even being formed in between these lifetimes. They know this stuff. The reason all of this stuff happened with the population control and attacking us on a massive scale at the same time as a big abortion rate and ways to prevent pregnancy is because they trying to annihilate our cosmic code. Now it gets scary. They're trying to take the infinity part of you away. They know when you die, you come back. So what they're trying to do is kill a bunch of us and then close the gateway by turning the women into transsexuals, making them sterile, making the womb desecrated. So they got everything, C-sections, pregnancy pills, homosexuality to keep these spirits from coming into this earth realm. Remember what I told y'all, okay? Always remember what I told you, that the devil is the divas. Always remember that I told you that they're trying to stop us from experiencing our reality by closing the womb. What I told you, that the open tomb is the open womb. If a woman got her legs shut, you can't impregnate her and then create new life. They shut the woman's leg when they desecrated Eve in the garden, y'all. What happened in Genesis was the lineage of humanity when it came to the biblical perspective, at least, because what happened in Genesis was a New World Order on a Christian form. See, the big New World Order started in Kemet, but after that, when you had a bunch of societies having their own little, for lack of better words, civil New World Orders, local New World Orders, meaning different societies rise and fall. But the original concept of the New World Order that started in Kemet started the New World that encompasses the entire earth. Now, there are many orders within that order, which goes into what I'm telling you now. Each religion is an order within the New World Order, or a different way to sell the main New World Order to you. In other words, Masons do acknowledge the great architect, or they do acknowledge the mother. The Pope acknowledged the mother, the Madonna. But what they do is hide that acknowledgement for you. When you acknowledge something, you add the knowledge of that thing to the knowledge you have. And I've been acknowledging a lot of things on my quest for truth, and my knowledge has been increasing. So remember that the open tomb is the open womb, and when they close this tomb, that's it for us. They're trying to close the tomb. They're trying to break the connection between they're trying to close the gateway. They call these people archons. A lot of people say you got to be careful about these archons, but it ain't no doggone archons. NASA the archons, your government the archons. These are the ones who stand in between you and the arch. What's the arch? The feminine, the mother, Nut. They didn't teach you about Nut. The only arch that they taught you about was the Ark of the Covenant, and they linked that to their male deities. But the arch belonged to the woman. Everybody know that the woman got the most arches. She's the curvy one. So when they give the man the arch and they take Geb from off of the ground, because Geb laid down flat, representing the Horus energy, the horizontal energy, the masculine. Men, we are the masculine. Females, you are the feminine. It's the 9 versus the line. The 9 versus the line. The 9 is the spiral. That's the beginning of it all. So when you hear some dumb comedic cat walk up to you talking about some 9 ether, tell him he don't know what he talking about. If you hear somebody say 9 ether, you ought to bust out laughing. Because the 9 is not a numerical digit. Of course, you can count the 9 and make it numerical, but when you make the 9 a numerical digit, that's a form of blasphemy. The 9 is a spiral. That means a cycle. That's why after 9, the numbers repeat themselves. Hello? Are y'all learning today? Well, hit the like button and share it, because I post the been left and I'm still here because I want to be here. If I don't share this, it'll drive me crazy. Women, you are the feminine. Men, you are the masculine. Women, you are nut with the arch. Men, you are Gab laid out flat. All right. When they took Gab, the feminine is the spiral of life. She's the feminine, and all of things have to assume this position in creation. Even you, and when you're inside of your mama's, when you inside of your mama belly, when you in your mama belly, you're a 9. You balled up. And everything start off feminine before it become masculine. The women, they never become masculine. They just stay feminine. I think that's something that happened in the womb with the male that makes us become a male. But when you think about the women, they're unchanged. They're the cosmic echo of what a human would be in the flesh. So when they say we're made in the image of the Most High, no one is made as a direct reflection of that image as women. So that's what made me know for a fact that the Most High is a feminine entity. The darkness holds the light therein. The 0 has all of the numbers in it. When I say that all there is a divine mother, that means the male too. You see, one way you can compliment a child is by telling the mother she did a good job, and the child get the same compliment. So I hope y'all see how this works, and I hope you understand what 9 mean. The number 9 isn't a number. It's a symbol that simply means a spiral. And after 9, everything repeats itself and become repetitive. The numbers start 0, 1, and after 9, you go 1, 0, because 9 is the spiral. It's the cycle. But the opposite of the 9 is the line. The line is the opposite of a spiral. It doesn't bend. So why am I telling you this? Bend versus non-bend is masculine versus feminine. This is what they're telling you here. When you say the binary code is 1 and 0. It's bend and non-bend. The 1 don't bend, but the 0 do. Nut is 0. Ground 0 or X. The unknown, the darkness. Gab is 1. All right. The linear. After the 0, you get the 1. You can't even draw a 1 on a paper without making a dot first, because soon as your ink pen touches the paper, you make a dot. Then you make a stroke. That stroke is the strike. All right. So when you make a dot on that paper, that's 0. When you make a stroke and make that line, that's 1. But you can never, ever do anything linear without making a point of reference, a black hole, or a dot. Every piece of art starts with a simple dot when the pen or the paintbrush first touch the board, the canvas. You can't escape that. You cannot escape that point of singularity. Everything there is started from a dot. So what am I saying with all of this? She is the dot. She's the .com, okay? She's the www dot. The www is the trinity of the goddess. Remember that the W is a hieroglyph for the wings. The W is a hieroglyph for the wings. And what you get is 2 triangles pointed down and one in the middle pointed up as a result of that polarity. It's always a summation of a polarity. So the summation of Nut and Gab would be all of the lights that exists because of it. The summation of the two coming together would be the structure that they both create, and that they couldn't make the structure alone. You would have Geb without nothing to, so you would have Nut, which is darkness, acknowledging nothingness, or what would have potentially been Geb. Geb exists even when you don't see him, because the fact that he can come into existence proves that he has an infinite seed, or the idea predates the physical product that the idea come from. So if nothing was never created called Earth, we would still be existing, having this conversation. So it's kind of tricky. We exist and we don't exist. We basically the creator talking to itself in darkness, like they said, like a nutcase. But a nutcase is a nut case. Remember, nut. So remember this bright reddish orange body that we're gonna see on the 23rd is nothing to be scared of. It's Aldebaran, and it's our second sun. And the ancients talked about it all the time. They said it's a time of renewal when you see that our world are merging with sister and brother worlds, because they're parts of this plane we're not connected to because of these government treaties. But the people we're disconnected from, who may be getting brainwashed like us on other parts of the earth, we are all connected by these celestial events. So if there are different lands on the other part of the ice ring and they're being lied to like we are, when these celestial events happen, then the lie is exposed, because they get to see our sun and we get to see their sun, and we ask questions like, hey, who's over there? And who's over there? Like, where's that sun? And they looking at our sun asking the same. Like, are there people over there? Of course, their government is probably telling them that sun is Nibiru and it's 100 million miles away. But really, we all close, and there's a different group of people, and that sun that we're going to see is their sun. So it's a reminder that we're not alone, and that there's more to this cosmos. And it's also a reminder that the celestial objects such as the sun and moon, they all have to come past the Great Mother. And that's how we get the word compass. And this is what you see in this picture in front of you. You see everything coming past the Great Mother. Remember, she's the envelope because she's the seal or the sealing. And she envelops the entire cosmos. In other words, Nut is the outline. And anyone who's an expert at sacred geometry like myself, I consider myself an expert at sacred geometry. You would know that sacred geometry is nothing but outlining symbols to reveal their shadow. And I give you an experiment you can do on your own. If you're a Christian, take the Christian cross and outline the points, and you will get something called a crest shield, which predates the cross. What predates the object is revealed when you outline that object, because the act of outlining something is revealing it or exposing the shadow. When light shines on you, it reveals your outline as a dark object called a shadow. So things aren't revealed in light, they're revealed in darkness when you shut your eyes and start using your noodle. Okay, and that's what we're up against today. We don't think. So we got to pay people to think for us, and now they're attacking us. Now they preying off of our ignorance and stupidity. We don't go outside and look at nature. We let somebody tell us what's happening. If we knew about Aldebaran being a second sun, we wouldn't always look at these hieroglyphs and say, hey, that's the sun. If you look in the middle, a lot of Kemetic folks tell you that this orange object is the sun. But our sun ain't orange, family. Our sun yellow. This sun that we're going to see on the 23rd is actually orange. And that's how you get the color for Halloween. because you're going to be seeing this orange sun in a black sky up against a silvery white moon and white lights. And you're going to be seeing orange, black. You're actually going to be seeing orange, yellow, black, and white, the colors of harvest. We are entering harvest equinox or harvest time. And I think that that's very important to point out, because if you think about the word harvest dealing with the crops, and think about something that destroyed the crops, was what? Harvey. You think they named the hurricane Harvey because they like the doggone name Harvey? Wake up and smell the coffee. The nickname of this hurricane was that they came with it, and was Harvey. Think about that. They told you in the book of Revelation, before shit hits the fan, the crops and the food supply gonna be attacked. And that's what's gonna eventually cause the famines later. I'm trying to tell y'all, we are in that time now, and it ain't got nothing to do with nothing spiritual. It's your government acting like they God. They use weaponized weather to destroy a fertile area called a delta, and they use a technology called the Thor Delta. Thor is a god that controls weather. Delta was the area that was attacked. Follow my videos on Stennis and the rest of them. Catch up with us. I don't got to go in that no more. Hurricane Harvey is what initiated these hurricanes that's still going on now. And they're going to get worse and worse as we enter what's called a trial and tribulation period. Now, this was a period where we saw hella balance on earth. The ancestors said this was the most peaceful and balanced time on the earth. In fact, they made a movie about it called When the Earth Stands Still, because during this alignment, it's going to appear like all of the luminaries are still when they line up. Don't you know that the earth is stationary, and the ground you walk on is stationary, and that the sky you look up at is stationary, and everything in between those two stationaries is movement, even you and me? The ground beneath your feet don't move, but you move around on top of it. So you are the movement in between the ground and the sky. We're the meat of the sandwich. The earth is called a meeting ground. This is where all of the souls in the cosmos meet up. Ain't nowhere else to meet. Ain't nowhere else to exist, because X marks the spot. You can only have a reality here on earth. Other than that, it's just darkness. You don't exist. There's no such thing as you existing in a spiritual state or a non-physical state. When you lead a body, the part of you that lead a body is still physical. Air is physical. Light is physical. It's just less dense. Your spirit is composed of earth elements, y'all, that your body needed to keep your body alive. All of these, your spirit, what you think your spirit made out of spirit? Well, what is that? How do you find spirit on a periodic table? Spirit is a substance that is the foundation of all matter. So spirit is the equivalent of just pure darkness. And there's different forms of spirit, just like there's different forms of water. All right? There's different stages of water. It can be ice. It can be gas. I always tell you, it's not where you go when you die. It's what you become. What you become ultimately determines where you go. Just like air, when you put it in the water, it goes up because air is lighter than water. So if your spirit is light, then you go where you need to go, because there's nothing holding you back from where you shouldn't be. If there's a magnetic center to the earth that pulls all the light objects and attracts them there, then that's exactly what's going to happen to your light soul. Why you think the comedics told you got to be light as a feather to make it to the transition process? If you heavy, you can't descend or ascend. Only gas can escape the law of gravity. and gas is ghost. They're synonyms. The word gas is ghost. So that's why I say spirit is nothing but the wind in your lungs. You inhaled it when you came onto the earth. You're going to exhale that spirit when you leave. And the air that you've been inhaling in your lungs is going to become back one with the air that's been blowing on you all your life, giving you a beautiful breezy day. It's not your air, family. All right. When you came here, you didn't have no air in your lungs. You sucked in air that was here before you got here. What make you think you get to keep it? It's not yours. When you came from your mama womb, you sucked in air. When you leave, you got to give it back. But it ain't going nowhere. The reason you got to blow it out and inhale it back again out the death is because you're moving it from one body to the next. I hope this is making sense. When you've done this body ain't nothing but a book, family. It's a cosmic code. It's DNA. Don't you know DNA is like a novel? It can be read. You read it. When this body go in the ground, the cosmic code, when it turns to dust, all of your DNA turns to dust. And it marries the dirt of the earth. And the memory of who you were and everything you learned and everything becomes back one with the earth. The earth knows everything you learn. When you learn something, the earth learn it. We're one body. We're the creator experiencing its creation. So when you exhale your last breath, you inhale your first breath. It's beautiful, y'all. It's so beautiful. You exhale your last breath, you inhale your new breath in a new body. And it's kind of like throwing a pass to yourself. It's like throwing a football and then you going to run to catch it. Or kind of like throwing the football to somebody and when they catch it, you become them. It's kind of like you being the one who throwing it, and while the football is traveling in the air, you becoming the football and then becoming the person that catch it. You are doing all of this. You are subconsciously destroying and recreating yourself, and this is called infinity. You subconsciously destroy yourself because everything we do, whether you're a good person or bad person in this life, will ultimately determine how you leave. Even if you was a saint, you're going to leave here for something that you did that you was passionate about. I know beautiful old women, man, they was so nice, they didn't do nothing wrong, but they died because they liked it a certain food. They liked it cinnamon something. And they ate the hell out of it, and a doctor told them that's too much of that. Don't you know too much water can kill you, family? Yes, but you need it to live. So you ultimately leave here when you've exhausted your passion, when you've reached the climax, when you're no longer passionate about what you're passionate about, your body starts shutting down. Now, of course, mishaps happen and people get shot in the head and you get sudden deaths. But you don't leave here till the body is done, and then the body create a new covenant with a new mother, and they have a new mission. I would like to go deep into that concept on another video, but you guys will have to take notes and remind me about it on a future stream, and I'll go back and revisit it. I basically got off subject so bad here. The dung beetle that's rolling the egg in Kemet is a form of Aldebaran or Nibiru coming again. And the open tomb, then the open womb, is the dung beetle rolling the egg, is the tomb that's being rolled. There was a famous rock band called the Rolling Stones, and they knew something that you didn't know. There's a form of music called rock and roll, and it's because of what you're looking at now. It's because of that Rolling Rock. There's a beer company called Rolling Rock. Don't you understand how important this is? They're giving you the science, what I'm giving you, in different symbols. It's micro and macro. So the Rolling Stone or the Rolling Rock is what you're looking at now. It's the MasterCard. It's the womb of the woman that opens and closes and allows for all of us to be coming on this earth. And it's the darkness of her womb that ties in all of our lifetimes. All of your previous lifetimes that you don't remember are sandwiched in between the wombs of a woman, in between her legs, in between you coming from in between her legs, in between these different lifetimes. You come from in between her legs, and you come from another lifetime, and you headed to another one. So you always in between, or present, or serpent, or in the now. You can't escape the now. Even if you die right now, you will enter a new now, and we'll still be having this conversation on YouTube, the rest of us. If one of you die right now, wherever you is perceiving the moment these eyes close and new ones open, you're on your own time clock. We're on our own time clock. There is no time. It's just you creating your time. None of you was born at the same time. None of your footprints gonna create the same pattern on this earth, and none of you leaving at the same time. None of you gonna see the same stuff when you come or when you leave. You're a personal creator. You came with your own self-governing religion that you gave away to become just another number. And this is why no one can find themselves, and nature can't even be restored. So the rolling stone is the Vesica Pisces, the Kananga, the new moon, and the full moon, the gateway, and the journey. Because remember, the egg don't go nowhere. The egg sits in the darkness of the woman's womb, and it's stationary. It attracts the sperm to it. You say, how does sperm know how to find the egg in darkness? It's called magnetism. It's not using sight. It's using compassion. And this is how we find the center. This is how we find the center of the earth. If you got compassion for a woman, you always find her spirit. Y'all always find each other mentally and spiritually. The moment you can't find a person, y'all don't see eye to eye. You won't make it. Everything we do is dependent on us understanding masculine and feminine. When you look at the linear parts of the ankh, they're linear. When you look at the top of the ankh, it's curvy. Why the curvy part at the top? Because we're in a matriarch family. Our ancestors knew that. So keep this in mind, that the darkness don't need the light. The light need the darkness to shine. And before anything existed, there was the darkness. And that's what the book of Genesis is telling you, that the lineage of humanity can be traced back to the same thing we go back to every night. Darkness. That's actually DNA. Why you think NASA say we went out there to study dark matter, and they give you pictures of this shit, and the pictures they give you of dark matter look like cells, look like DNA? Why do y'all think that darkness behind the stars is nothingness? There's no such thing as nothingness. There's energy in every inch and square inch of this cosmos. There's energy. You can't escape something. It's impossible for it to be nothing, because darkness is really all there is. And from darkness, you project your world. Just like at night when you close your eyes and dream you in the Bahamas, where the creator is doing the same thing on a macrocosm. It's having a dream right now. That is why everything you think is physical eventually disappear. All us humans gonna go to invisibility. All of us humans who you can touch and hear, we gonna disappear one day. You gonna go in the ground. Your body is gonna turn to ashes, and them ashes gonna eventually turn to nothing, or what you think is nothing, but it's really everything. Scientists tell you every day, all the time, nothing is really physical. They say everything you see is really just a bunch of atoms vibrating. Technically, you should be able to walk straight through items. And there's a lot of scientists who say that that's possible. And the reason they say that is because of the spiritual stuff I'm telling you now. You can walk through matter. The spirit can walk through matter, but not in the movies how you see a ghost walking through the wall. You walk through matter when you realize matter is mother. Okay? You walk through matter, you become invisible. You become a less dense form of the physical to where we can't see you because you're what we call dead, but you are there. You're being recreated in the womb. So what you're doing is you're invisible and you're traveling through the walls of the woman because her vagina has walls. Her body is a barrier. How did you end up coming from out of the ground in a casket at a cemetery to now inside of a stomach of a creature, of a woman? How did that happen? How did the piece of you that put you in the belly of your future mother leave the grave of your past life and find itself into the body of the woman? Why? Because the wind connects us all. Like I told you, your spirit is the wind. The breath that you take in your lung capacity is your spirit. You suck your spirit. Your spirit also has many states, meaning that light is spirit, wind is spirit, water is spirit. So when you say a spirit realm that's made out of spirit, I laugh because spirit is made out of matter. Spirit is composed of light, the densest form of light that you can't perceive on the rainbow or the color spectrum. The UV light is made out of wind, the kind of wind that don't really blow, but it's there. What happens, all of the elements that keep your body living, water, wind, fire, they all exist to keep you alive. And when your body break down after death, these same elements was what your spirit was made out of. Put it this way. You have a human body. Go back to the Navy diver example I use. The Navy diver has a body of his own, but he got to create another body to go in the ocean. Now, think of spirit and flesh being like that same way. And think of earth being like the bottom of the ocean. I can't take away your spirit and you still be here. I can't take away your body and you still be here. You're a yin-yang bond and you're emanating from all parts of your own consciousness, spiritually, mentally, physically. That's how you even got here, because you projected yourself from one lesser dense state to the next. This is the concept of the Cupid family. You'll realize through the law of attraction, your parents didn't choose you. You chose your next home yourself, just like a person looking for a new house. When you went in the ground, you look for a new mother that would be compatible, that would be reasonable to manifest your next missions in your new life. It's beautiful what we are. And the woman is the gateway. So the open tomb is the open womb. And the reason it's always open to symbolize life. The moment the woman deny us access to the womb, no new souls and babies can come onto this plane. So this is very important. You notice that the Visa and the MasterCard has this open tomb symbolism, this Vesica Pisces symbolism. And what you get is they telling you it's the MasterCard, because like Visa telling you, you can't go nowhere without it. You wouldn't be here without your mama. You couldn't transition without Mother Nature providing the elements that even forms your soul. Everything you see comes from darkness, therefore it's not physical. Think about the Big Bang. They tell you physicality was created from nothing. I'm telling you physicality was never created. Everything is spiritual. There was never a Big Bang. It was just the creator starting a meditation. Well, that would be a Big Bang, because from the darkness of your mind, you have an idea or you start daydreaming and boom, new thoughts. So I guess it is an explosion. So it's a Big Bang, but it didn't create physicality. It created the dream of the Most High. And the synonym for dream is realm. So nothing is physical. That's why it can't maintain its physicality. Everything you say is physical is ultimately going to go back to invisibility. Every pair of shoes you bought, every shirt you own, every smartphone, eventually it's going to break down and go back to gas or ghost. That's the least dense form of anything. I meant to say the least dense form of everything is pure thought. That's the most unadulterated innocence of what you are. Pure thought. And thought encompasses all time and space. Is not limited to time. It's instant. When you have a thought, it happens when you have it. You don't have to, you can go to the future in your mind. You can go to the past in your mind. You can stay here and manipulate this realm with your mind, because thought is the ultimate deity that we all emanate from. That's why I say it was simply darkness. And from that darkness, the Creator said, hey, let me cut the light switch on and start painting on this darkness behind my eyelids. The darkness behind your eyelids is a canvas that you paint on at night. When you go to the dream state, you are painting new worlds. I had a dream the other night. I was walking around a college campus with my cousin. And in the dream, it was a different kind of day than the ones in his life, but I didn't think nothing of it. It was a purple type day. The sun was out, and it was a beautiful day. It was a lot of festivities happening on the college campus, and I didn't want to leave. And when I woke up, I remember that day like, wow, that was like a day on another planet or Earth-like planet. It was kind of a purplish sky, and it was beautiful. And I never forget that dream. But now I say to myself, I actually created that world. I went to sleep and I went to darkness behind my eyelids, and I conjured up this college campus. And this college had a name. I don't remember it. It had college colors. There was an event going on that college campus that was a yearly event. In the dream, it was like I was always in this world. I didn't even know about Brother Sanchez till I woke back up and said, damn, that was a crazy dream. What if I would have died in my sleep? I would have been stuck in that dream. But here's the kicker. Who created it? Me. So you create the world that you're going to go to next. And I know it's hard to get around right now. That's because it's maybe too complex and a lot that I'm saying. But just rewind this and think about it. I got to stop because my chest hurt and I've been talking nonstop because I'm full of information to share. But at night when you go to sleep, you create a whole nother world. You create a sky with a sun in it, with clouds in it, birds flying around, ants on the ground, other people walking around with their own life. But it's your dream. Where did they come from? You see how powerful you are? What make you think the Creator ain't that powerful and everything you seeing now is really ain't nothing but the dream of the Most High? The funniest thing about death, when it happens, everybody you was expecting to meet in the afterlife, they said you meet them in a big party and they laughing at you because the joke's on you. You live your whole life afraid of death, which makes you afraid to live. The ancestors did some things just for hobby that would risk their life. And I look at animals, and I look at animals being slaughtered, and I look at animals that die. They don't really cry. Some of them cry, and you can tell it's unbearable for them. But it's almost as if the animal is taking its torture and looking forward to the death to escape. It's like the animals know something we don't know. I go back to this concept a lot. A bee knows when it stings you, it's going to die, yet it does it. There's some people who will stand there and watch their mother get abused and not help their mother because they are cowards. And they see a man that's chopping their mother head off with an axe, and he got all of them at gunpoint. And they don't want to risk their life to save their mama. even though they all may potentially die anyway. They're not brave because if they think it's a chance they can stay alive, they'll let their mama die because they so scared of what they might see in the afterlife. And this is what prevents you from living in this life. If you didn't have a fear about death, if you looked at death the way I'm trying to teach y'all here as energy never ceasing to exist, you will see why certain ancient cultures killed the babies. It ain't that they were sacrificing babies. Some of them babies came out with lifelong ailments that would have created a life of torture for that baby. And the parents say, hey, we're going to put this baby to sleep because it's just going to get a brand new body anyway. And the ancients were so high tech at life and death and the science of death and rebirth, they was able to tell you who you was for all of your lives. They'll go back and rewind time. The ancestors would meet up on the astral plane. They would have ceremonies that didn't take place in this plane, family. This is how high tech the ancients were. They would all come together in rooms and go to sleep and meet up in the dream state and do stuff there that they never could do here, like fly across the earth and go to other parts. People have meetings in different realms other than this physical one. And this is what the secret societies are hiding. A lot of them are experts in astral projecting, leaving the body. And they are able to make your life hell by getting acquainted with that. You probably don't know how many nightmares you had that was planted there by occult members. Many of people who conscious right now and flat earthers, they had the worst nightmares when they was young because we've been targeted since we was born, y'all. We are what they call star seeds. But a star seed ain't no favoritism. Well, oh, he was born this way, so he better than me. No, it's the people who are been coming onto this earth through lifetimes asking the questions other people ain't been asking. Any of you can be a star seed when you tap back into the mystery of the stars. There's some children who's always been obsessed with the night sky, and I was one of them. As far as back as I can remember, I've been obsessed with the night sky, the twinkling stars and the planets. And it's those people who are star seeds in the bulk of the flat earth community today. They knew when you were born that you would be a problem. They know us more than we know ourselves, y'all. They know certain blood types and certain family bloodlines is going to lead to certain truthers. I'm convinced of that. But I have to shut this down at this time. Remember that the open tune is the master card because it's the open wound. You can't go nowhere without it. It's your visa. The word visa translates to Venus. And they tell you all the time in the Venus commercial what the woman say. I'm your Venus. I'm your something soul survivor. And that's the female song for the Venus products. It say I'm your Venus, I'm your soul survivor. But what they telling you is your soul only survives through the Venus or the vein of the woman. Now on the 23rd, all right, every human has to go through these veins of the woman to re-enter and exit this earth plane. You go through ventricles or vaginas. You come in here through the womb because what makes the robot be empowered is the light, the power is what turns him on and make him be a robot, start dancing. Well, the consciousness of who you are is already in your mother's egg. So it goes back to what I was trying to say, and I'm going to go wrap this up so I can close out. After death, when you leave this body, you go to a dual state, and instead of you existing as the yin and yang, you start existing as the yin and yang in separate states. And in these separate states, their only mission is to reunite. So what happens is when you leave this body, you break the bond that bonded the spirit with the flesh, the left with the right, the masculine with the feminine, left brain, right brain. And there's nothing there. There's not a point of reference there or a vessel to hold the two. So the two separate, they split. And what happens is the left brain masculine side of you, the life spark, goes to the scrotum of your future daddy. And the consciousness, intuitive, right brain, feminine part of you was already duplicated in the cosmic egg of your future mama. At that point, through the law of attraction, you are trying to marry yourself, and you are a Cupid, or what they call the apples in your daddy eye. And you the reason your parents meet. You the reason your mama met your dad, because you wanted to come here. So I want y'all to understand how deep this is. Take notes, and if I mention something you want me to go deeper on, write it down for the open panel in the future. And I will take hours going deep on this stuff, the Cupid concept, how you wielded yourself back into creation, law of attracting with your mom and daddy. I would like to go into all of that, because when you leave this body, that's exactly what happens. You exist in a dual state. Even if your father hadn't met your mama yet, they will meet and manifest you back here, and it ain't going to be because of them. It's because of your will. It's because you inside of your daddy and the you inside of your mama must marriage, or you won't exist. And the reason you keep coming into existence is because guess what? When you exit the body and you exist in this dual state, it's always going to be a way, what they say, everything happened for a reason, where your dad is going to eventually meet that woman with your other half in it and bring you together. But you got to understand what duplicate is and what the multiverse is. And I don't want to go too deep. So you can have more than two potential parents. Okay? Just like you can copy a computer hard drive, everything is a mirror. Okay? To sum it up, I'll say this. Who you are is simply a code, and that code can be translated to your fingerprint or your DNA on a physical, biological level. But even after then, who you are is a spiritual code, a mathematical equation that whenever this combination is aligned, you appear on earth. You're born. Okay? When your number is called, you leave here, and when your number is called, you come here. So you are a number. You're a cosmic code. That being said, there are many copies and versions of you. Meaning who you can be when you're not here can exist in a million different people. Your consciousness, what makes you you upon death, can occupy more than one egg of one woman. So the possibility of you coming into existence is almost like a guarantee, because there are infinite possibilities based on there being an infinite number of women who can have an infinite number of eggs inside of them, and man producing millions amount of sperm cells per minute. It's just duplicates. What I want to say is the parents you occupy when you transition it, you choose them because y'all already are a spiritual family. None of us are separate, but your mama was your mama because she essentially is you. You're a masculine version of her. That's what the mitochondrial DNA all about. Just like all of us are micro versions of the big creator, the one source. But look at all of you. You come in different races, colors, shapes, and sexes, but you all are representatives of one single creator. And you're not separate from it. You are that creator in the flesh, having an experience as a human. So what you experiencing, you ain't experiencing alone. If you have a bad day, the creator had a bad day as you. But if your brother have a good day, the creator had a good day as your brother. That's the beauty of the creator. The creator ain't limited to no part of the creation. The creator is experiencing its creation as the water in the ocean, while at the same time experiencing its creation from the perspective of a butterfly, where at the same time experiencing its creation from the perspective of the doggone cocoon that gave birth to the butterfly. The creator is a cloud while also being the breath you inhaling. The creator is a rose while also roaring in the jungle as a lion. And none of these creations is separate from the creator because they all come from its mind, which is really the only thing that exists, the thought. You're really in darkness right now. Really, I'm not even talking to you. You don't exist, family. When I told you that nut envelops the entire cosmos, she's represented by darkness. She envelops everything else. If darkness is the foundation of all light, if darkness is the foundation of everything you perceive colorful and physical, then all of those things don't exist. They just an illusion that you create from the darkness. Think about it. You could go outside and pick up a rose, but you can't go outside and pick up some darkness. I'm going to leave y'all with that. That's because darkness is the seed of everything you perceive or pick up. And with that being said, I'm going to leave you and I'll be back for part 2. And I hope you guys took notes because I'm looking forward to some good questions on some stuff that I know I didn't touch on and forgot about. Because there's some plaguing me now that won't let me leave that I forgot to say. Yeah, my bad. She envelops the entire cosmos. She's the envelope, the compass that all souls come past, Alpha and Omega, because she envelops the entire thing. She exists as the outer barrier and the inside of you, because darkness is on the inside of you and on outside of you. Darkness is the sandwich between all realities and everything that create the reality. All right, so it's the string theory. It's the daily bread. And the rolling stone is the MasterCard. The womb is synonymous to the darkness. Remember that the rolling stone is the daily bread. And I'm going to leave y'all on this. That's the only reason I didn't go. I'm glad the ancestors brought this memory back. Now I'm going to blow you away with this. So this is the MasterCard, like I explained. And I told you that this open tune is the open womb. I told you this is the daily bread. Stare at it for a minute. Remember, it shapes like a loaf of bread. It's arch. You see how nut. Let me show y'all some. This is nut, y'all. Bread is a holy food. All right. This is why we eat bread during religious ceremonies and we pour wine on the bread. But now that's a future lecture I got that's like 2 hours long, and the name of the presentation is Give Us This Day Our Daily Bread on Flat Earth. And I'm going to be breaking down the mother goddess and the daily bread concept. The daily bread and the bread being holy. You know, when you deal with bakery foods, they have names like angel food cake, devil food cake, croissant. The croissant is the cross saint. That's the anchor. So a croissant, if you look at a croissant, for example, what is it? A croissant is a crescent. And what is the crescent? The moon crest, family. The moon crest is also the bitten apple. Y'all see how we get to this world that we in today? They cursed the woman in mythology, y'all. The bitten apple used to be the moon crest. Well, let me show you something. Here is one of the oldest deities on a, well, hold on. Thought it'll pull up the Venus goddess. Here it is. This predates all religions. This is the Losel Venus. And you can see in her hand is the moon crest. later became the bullhorn or the ball horn or the bell horn because you worship the goddess by ringing bells. So I'll get into that in the future too, but I won't get into none of this if y'all don't remind me and take notes and hold me to the stuff I say I'm going to get into. It'll just go right out of my mind. So if you don't say, Brother Sanchez, you said you was going to do this, and I got questions about something you said about that, then I'll never get back to it. See, I need y'all. So here is what happened. This, what you looking at, predates the Garden of Eden. This is a goddess called a Venus goddess. And again, the word Venus, let's deal with that before I get into this. I skip around a lot because there's a lot to learn. I've been studying for the past 2 years and I barely sleep. That's why I can just keep going and going and going with information. But anyway, the word Venus means venues. Venus is a venue. Venus is Venus. Venus is venues, and nothing can take place without a venue. A venue is a place where an event takes place. Your mother's womb was the venue by which you used to come here. A venue is a stage that you use to perform the event on. Without a venue, there is no show. Without a gateway, you can't enter the house. I don't care if the house is big and beautiful. If it ain't no door on it, how do you get in it? There has to be a venue, a gateway, a Venus, a Venus. Venue or ven. You need to get the root word ven in your head, because something that's venerable is holy. And ven is the root word of Venus. Something one that's vindication, or even a vendor. Okay? So a venerable is something that's holy. A venereal disease is a disease dealing with the woman's vagina. And the word Venus is how we get words like vein, because a vein is a canal, and a vein is really a Venus or a vagina, a birth canal or a birth vein. So a Venus is a Venus, a venues. If you take the word Venus and put an E behind the S, you will get venues. And when the women's are our Venus, they are a vortex, our gateway. And that's all a Venus is, a venue. So this goddess called a Venus, she has in her hand the moon crest. And the moon crest is a synonym for the bullhorn. The bullhorn is blown to wake us up to the Most High. It's not a loud noise. It's a revelation. The bullhorn is going to be blown on September 23rd. You won't hear a word, but the whole world and every knee shall bow, every eye shall see, just like they tell you in the Bible. And it ain't going to be no loud trumpets blowing. It's going to be like what you see with the goddess here when she blow the bullhorn. It lines everything up. Ma'at. And that alignment happens on the 23rd. So the bullhorn is the moon crest, and it's not necessarily a sound, even though the bell horn does make a sound. The original sound was the most subtle sound that you got to have the most best hearing on earth to hear. And it's a whisper from the Most High. When the Most High whisper to you, you don't hear nothing, even though it's a sound. Thought is a sound, and I just told you that the Most High is pure thought. So when the Most High talk to you, the Most High speak directly to your mind via thought, which is the most silent sound, the quickest sound. It don't have to travel. Thought travels faster than any other sound that you have to say. By the time our words reach you, that thought already in your brain, what the Most High wanted to be on your brain. So thought is instant. There is no time by which thought travel. It's immediate. It's instant. Thought is the equivalent of present or serpent. All right. Memory would be the past, and speculation would be the future. But critical thinking would be the present that allowed you to have control over the past and the future. So the now is really a gift or a present. Because if you present, that's a gift that you owe to your mama and a feminine aspect. There was a time in history, or should I say her story, where man rebelled against that, and we turned on the divine womb, we turned on our mothers, and the first wars on this earth was gender wars. Nobody talk about that. They start you off with Egypt as the beginning of civilization. They don't tell you how we left the pre-dynasty to get to the age of dynasties where men rule over us. They don't tell you that how the women was being burnt to the crosses and the women was being tortured, and how, man, listen, the worst thing you can think of that can happen to a human body happened to what they call the early witches of the pre-dynasty era. Women, all of you would have been considered witches. If you stepped outside and you looked too good during this time, they would burn you alive. I don't know if y'all know, but getting burnt alive is the worst way, one of the worst ways you can leave here. And it was the number one common way that they killed women. Women, your Holocaust have been written out of history. Women, I was born to be your enforcer. Women, I am here to serve you. I am your son. I am your brother, and I will lay my life down to restore your story that was taken away by males like myself during the time on this earth when our ego got bent out of control. The grandmother ruled the village. She forbade us to hunt the animals on the earth. And we see that the New World Order started when we started hunting the animals. We see that time change when the diets of the human change. This is why time is separated by lifestyle habits. When you go and look up history, it's separated by the actions of humans. You have the hunter and gatherer age. You have just the hunter age, what I think we in today. And you have the plant-based age. Time is separated by what we ate. And our diet has everything to do with our divinity. All of your health is interwoven, mental, physical, and spiritual. The gateway to your spiritual and mental health is through your physical health. You are what you eat. So the world we see today ain't nothing we created. They fed us everything since the moment we came out of the womb, and they did it to your mama too. They gave you all evil food, all unnatural food. They took you away from sucking your mama's breast that would have gave you a respect for the feminine, and they put you on a man-made can-based product to replace your mama's breast. So now you think that now you trust man more than your mama. Now you walk out there, and my grandma can heal us with home remedies, and today somebody tell you that's superstition. You better take your butt to the doctor, because he a man who sounds smart. And my great grandma didn't graduate high school, but she healed all of our sicknesses. And to this day, I can't tell you what the hell she used to make. All of that magic died with our great grandmothers, but this happened in the ancient day, and those witches who was died took all of the secrets to the earth with them. All of the mysteries of the plants, all of the mysteries of the herbs. Women was being killed for this stuff, family. And you don't know their history because their story is not in his story. It's in their story, which is her story. There's two forms of memory from our Akashic records. You've only been given one, and that's called history. But there's another account called her story. Why would you only have history as if women don't exist? And you see history start with evil men. But her story starts with nice women who had us in the garden. Women ruled the earth in the early days because men were dependent on their gardening skills. Don't you know you wouldn't even eat meat if you couldn't season it with plants? Think about it. If I gave you a piece of steak and I didn't season it, you wouldn't like that. That let you know we was on a plant-based diet. That let you know we was on a plant-based diet, and there's some truth to the Garden of Eden. But the Garden of Eden It's really the Garden of Eden, the Garden of Equality. When women ruled, they didn't send their sons to war. They worked it out. They had a system that we've never had since then. Okay? The world you live in today is the direct result of the male being in a position that the woman was supposed to be in. So when you rewind time and look for the woman's role in mythology and history, you see that it's reduced, if not altogether non-existent. But the further back you go behind the dynastic period, there's a time when women were the cream of the crop. There was a time women on this earth were men, we licked the ground you walked on. Our deities was our mother. Oh, we had a respect for the woman like never before. Men, we are the archangels. They created these archangels in the Bible that they told you protecting the gate. Now the gate shapes like an arc. I just told you what the gate is. The gateway to heaven is between a woman's leg. Heaven is even. I keep telling y'all that the H is silent. The H is silent. Heaven is even. Even is balance. Earth is heaven. We're in heaven. But the reason we're living in hell is because we're in a matrix. And I can go deeper into that in the future, so take notes, because I'm going to stop right there and I'll expound more on that matrix in the future. I just want to leave you by saying the Garden of Eden was real. No animals hunted each other. No humans hunt. No flesh. Nothing ate flesh. Everything on earth was on a plant-based vegan diet. Flesh stinks. When you butchering meat, it smells bad because nature is telling you, I don't want you doing this. When you walk past an orange tree or an apple tree, the tree actually emits smells because the tree is trying to attract you to it. If you don't eat them apples and eat them oranges, don't you know the tree can't even reproduce? The tree depend on us. The humans got a symbiotic relationship with the earth, which connects us, and the trees are the connection. The tree is the Trinity. Remember that. The Ankh is the tree. It's what keeps us connected to the earth, the plants. And it's what keeps the earth connected to us. So just like the bees are attracted to the flower, because that flower shot out a pheromone. And that bee needs that nectar. So the bee go and smell that. It's attracted to that flower. And it goes and get what it needs from the flower, thinking it's helping itself. But it's helping the flower, because the flower won't be able to reproduce without the bee. So it's an attraction going on here, where women keep attracting the man to their vagina. The earth are attracting us to its plants. And that's why I told you the root of all this deception lies in our diet. This is the whole thing about GMO food, family. When you eat food from the earth, the food have a DNA that's downloading a code into your DNA from the cosmos. The sunlight is what grows the food, the sunlight and the moonlight. Because y'all just been thinking it's the sunlight, but it's also the moonlight too. In fact, some plants grow better at nighttime than they do in the day. Did you know that? Some plants do good in total darkness. Did you know that? So you got to get in a balanced way of thinking as to saying how everything is 50-50. So basically, you need to think of that, all right? I lost my thought again, but basically, women, you were desecrated. And this goddess you looking at is the Venus blowing the crescent moon or the bullhorn. And the reason for that is because it's the moon that teaches us. The moon is the teacher. And so this symbol in her hand became a bitten apple. And today we still give teachers apples to remind them of this desecration of the woman. And it's the biggest blasphemy on earth. Most of the teachers on earth are women. And we give them apples to tell them they dumb. But the bitten apple is the crest of the moon, which was the first teacher. Why was the moon the first teacher? Because it was the phases of the moon that let our ancestors understand the dark forces behind the stars. That's why the moon is the teacher, okay? because its phases taught the ancestors balance. They saw all of the different phases that the moon took, and you see the same. What you see here is the Nation of Islam. They have the moon crest, and that star is not Venus. I know a lot of people say that that is Venus, but the Venus concept is because that star is actually Nibiru or Aldebaran, but it comes through a vein. It comes from Venus. In other words, Nibiru or Planet X is taking a journey through the woman's uterus like the egg of a man. And this right here, what you seeing with all the phases of the moon is all the phase that the fetus take before you manifest out of the womb. And it's also all the phases you take from childhood to seniorship before you leave. And it's also the code of life and death, or what we call infinity. That's why when you look at this symbol that's associated with it, the symbolate the moon crest and all of this, Nibiru, the planet X, the vein of Venus, you will see it's as above, so below, meaning polarity, yin yang, opposite sides and attraction. This is the phases of the moon you see here in the goddess, and you can see that the goddess have her arms raised, and you can see this is a Muslim mosque with the goddess moon crest, but that's actually the goddess with her arms raised right here in Islam. And this is the religion of the Dogon. This is the Sirius religion. We are moon worshipers. We never worship the sun. In fact, I take that back. We never worship the sun and moon. We worship the darkness that eclipses them both. That's called the mother. The ancestors said it's something that both the sun and moon can't escape, and that's the darkness. The ancestors said it's something that's higher than everything in the sky, and that's the darkness. The ancestors said it's something that we all came from, and that's the darkness. The ancestors said there's something that we all gonna go back to, and that's the darkness. Now you see why they wanted to get you afraid of the dark your whole life. Let me tell you something. The best thing you can do is lock yourself in a gymnasium in pitch black and embrace the fear. Y'all, you have to start becoming addicted to your worst fears. One of my worst fears, and I didn't think I had any until I started really challenging the inner depths of myself. But I found out that what's really scary to me is dreaming about being in the middle of the ocean at nighttime. A biggest fear of mine is being in the middle of the ocean at nighttime. And I remember a movie that Tom Hanks did called Castaway, and he actually did that because he wanted to make his way back from this island he was deserted on. He built a makeshift little ship, and he tried to go across the ocean to the United States. You saw Castaway, you know what I'm talking about. It was a scene where he was on this little beat up raggedy ship in the middle of the ocean, and it was waves and whales all around him. It was night. It was dark as hell. All you see is water all around you. And man, his ship started turning over because the waves were so strong at night. And I said, buddy, that's my worst fear. I believe Tom Hanks know that, because being in the middle of the ocean treading water at nighttime is my biggest fear. And it was one of my worst nightmares as a child, of being wet in the middle of the ocean, trying to stay to the surface and knowing you're going to have to sink to the bottom, and it's all darkness around you. You know this ocean stretches on for miles and miles. You know how deep it is. You don't know what's under there. And I'm telling you, it's really a nightmare, man. And I've had this nightmare twice, and it's the worst nightmare. And every time I go to sleep and open my eyes inside of this nightmare, when I'm in the ocean, I just ball up into a knot and I start sinking in the ocean. And it takes about 3-4 seconds, and eventually I'll wake up. I realize, oh shit, I'm in this nightmare. And it's crazy because any other nightmare or any other dream won't be a lucid dream. meaning I don't even know I'm dreaming in certain nightmares. As a child, when I had nightmares about monsters, they weren't that bad, but I didn't know I was dreaming. My worst nightmare is being in the ocean, and whenever I have it, I immediately know I'm dreaming. It's always a lucid dream. And I believe the reason that my consciousness is making my worst nightmare a lucid dream is so I can face it. That's the only thing I can get out of it. My consciousness knows what I'm most scared of. So when it takes me to the realm of that ocean where I'm most scared of, it gives me the choice to either leave or stay. So I haven't had that dream in a while. I hope that I can have it again and that it still be a lucid dream. Because if I don't know I'm dreaming, I'm going to react like I don't know, and I'm going to be like, oh, I'm drowning. But if you know you dreaming and you make a conscious decision to not be scared and to not wake up, I believe that you will master your dream state and then ultimately master this realm. So the dreams are important. The reality you live when you go to sleep is just as important as the reality you live while you awake. So whenever you find yourself in a lucid dream and you know you're dreaming, don't wake up. Go face your fear in that realm, and you will wake up more powerful than you did when you went to sleep. So I'm praying to the Most High, and some nights I go to sleep, I try to project myself in the middle of the ocean at nighttime. And yeah, I'm scared, but I'm brave, and I want the opportunity to conquer my fears. So yeah, that's something I'm dealing with, and I wanted to share with y'all the importance of dreaming and going to the darkness, creating your world. Your ability to create a dream for yourself at night when you go to sleep is going to play into a big role when you die, because you're going to go back to the same darkness you was creating your dreams behind to create an existence for your consciousness to inhabit, while your other parts of yourself seek to remerge. When you split, every aspect of you split, mind, body, spirit, consciousness, and goes into its designated area awaiting to be respawned. And when you say respawn, that became the word respond, meaning responsibility. It's your responsibility to respond to the magnetism, to actually embrace what you are. And what happens is when you respond, she responds, and you are spawned. And there's a lot of ways we can go with that, because you are physically spun, meaning you're going around in a circle. Because when you leave the flesh, you're spinning. Many people say it's like sliding down a spiral, but that's because they don't see their lives flashing before them. Because what my belief is that just like we create worlds within the darkness when we go to sleep at night, I think when we die, we create the ultimate reality that is a sum of our entire life. So everything you let enter your mind and psyche while you was alive, good and bad, will create a whole nother world for you when you close these eyes. And it's that world what's going to be like a dream. This is just one of my beliefs, family. Y'all can crucify me for it if you like. But that's one of my beliefs, that when you die, it's like having a dream. Think about it. You always have your dreams from the middle of the dream. You go to sleep and you wake up in this unfamiliar house, but you know everybody. You got people walking around a house. You know, I dreamed I was married with kids, and I'm calling my kids by their name. I'm telling them about homework. My wife cooking breakfast, telling me about work inside of this dream. How did you always know these people? Were you born in this dream and didn't know it and just tuned into it one time at night? How did you have a life already in this dream? It ain't like you had a dream and you dreamed that you was born and you grew up in a dream to reach these points. You automatically open your life up in a dream in the middle of it, and you know all of these strangers. How, people? How is this possible? I'm telling you, we create our world from within. When you walk outside your front door, you ain't walking outside. You walking inside your mind and inside the mind of the Most High. And when you die, you enter that mind, which is you your own creator. Do you know people creating hell for themselves when they close their eyes? The only thing they gonna have is a projection screen. And whatever they took from this life gonna be projected behind the darkness of them eyelids. And it's gonna be either they hell or heaven. That experience is what's gonna determine the next life they gonna live based on the karma of that. So when they say your life flash before your eyes when you die, I think you have one final dream that ties together your ultimate experience. And when you wake from that dream, you're actually inside of the womb. So what are we thinking about while we're babies in the womb? Are we having a 9-month dream? Because think about it. I don't remember being in my mama's belly for 9 months. Just like I be having dreams, and in my dream, I can spend a week in my dream. Like I've literally had dreams where in the dream I go to sleep and wake up in the dream. You got to think about that, y'all. If you have a dream and within the dream you sleeping and dreaming, this is a continuum, family. It's multiverse. You forgot that you're somewhere else now dreaming while I talk to you. Wherever you at, that's where you're going to be when this body go. You forgot about that. This world isn't real. That's why we come and go from it. Well, I shouldn't say it isn't real. I should say that it's not everything you see. There's more to it than what you see. Just like it's a soul inside of the human, the earth have a spirit. It has a subtle representation. So I've been so long-winded. I'm at a 5-hour mark. I'm just going to shut this down right now. And I'm going to just say it take 8 hours in high school for your teacher to do what they need to do. I've done a lot in 5 hours, and I forgot to say a lot. There was a lot I wanted to say. I didn't say. I had a lot of brain farts. I really need to sit down, be patient, write down my thoughts so I can be thorough and move about it. But there's some things that I need to work on, and I think that's where the woman come into play. I can't lie. I need an assistant. I need somebody to help me with these presentations, help me outline my lectures so they can go more smoothly. But you see why I need your help. When you see my research, you're going to be like, damn, boy, you actually read all of this? These are all of your notes? These are all of your folders? Yes, y'all, I got a terabyte hard drive full of terabytes. And I've used the whole terabyte on them, but images, notepad, wordpad, links, and just writing stuff and sacred geometry. And I really need to turn it all into a book, but I ain't in no hurry. I'm just in a hurry of using this platform to get the visual audio out. And that's, I think, the best part. And I keep saying I'm going to go and I'm not going to go. I keep fucking forgetting that why I fucking even brought this up again. I swear this is it. I kept telling y'all about the empty tomb being the womb. And I told you that this empty tomb is the daily bread. That's why it's shaped like a loaf of bread. But what I wanted to show you, if you look at this concept, like I told you, it's the dung beetle concept as well. But if you look at this concept of the tomb, the open tomb, check this out, right? And I'm going to leave y'all with this. Check this out. Now you ought to see why I said it's our daily bread. You see here? We make bread like this. They got the empty tomb recipe. And think about it. The best rolls we like to eat are croissants. And this is all symbolic to that tomb. The moon crest is the same. It's the definition of all of this energy, death and rebirth. This is the whole moon matrix everybody's scared of, saying when you die, the moon gonna recycle you. It is the moon who recycle you. If you look at the recycle symbol, it's a pyramid. It means death and rebirth, infinity. And they got y'all scared of the very thing that makes us special. You are an infinite creature. And they got you scared to come in and out of this realm and fight this war. Golly, it's really deep. So the open tune is the daily bread, as you can see here. And this is also why we call this type of food rolls. You ever notice that? You say, pass me one of them dinner rolls over there. Why do you call it a roll? Why is this bread called a roll? Well, I tell you before we go while it's called a roll. The same reason I just told you about the Rolling Stones. Because it's the stone that rolls. All right? So everything we do, everything we say, it's a reason for it. Even your food is a reason why it's shaped the way it's shaped, and why your food is named what it's named. You know, think about the number 8 for infinity. You know, the number 8 for infinity, or the DNA. And think about this here, that bakery foods deal with bread, and that when you talk about bakery foods and bread, you're talking about foods used in religion, because a lot of cosmology ties into bakery foods. Like I said, angel food cake, devil food cake. Think about it. This here is called a donut because it's a double nut. All right. Nut is a rainbow. She's a U. She's a capital U. She's a nut. Think of nut being one half of that donut. She's just one arch, a moon crest. Remember, the croissant is just one half of the donut. That's just one arch. That's nut. She's one arch. But a donut is a double nut. Two nuts. Dos mean two. That's when you take two arches and put them together and you get a circle called a donut or a double nut. So they used cosmological deities when dealing with bakery foods, because ain't no nuts on that family. It's not no pecans or no walnuts. That's dough. So why is it called a nut? Because it's talking about the sky goddess Nut. And it's telling you that this is called a dough nut. Not nothing to do with bread, but do means to double, dose. All right. And when you get double nuts, this is what you get, a circle. This is what you get. And that hole in the middle is the black hole of the Great Mother. That's the peak that I told you. Whenever you get two or something and put them together, there's a trinity, there's a sum, and it's always at the middle, just like the MasterCard symbol. Remember the MasterCard symbol? You had a circle on the left, you had a circle on the right, and where they merged made a yoni in the middle. That means that's the product of the marriage. So when you take two nuts and stick them together, like they telling you here, you get that hole in the middle. You see it on a CD disc, and all of that stuff. The polarity is a gateway to the Trinity. No, let me rephrase it. The polarity is a gateway to the house. The gateway itself is the Trinity. The gateway itself is the Trinity. The tree. All right. She's the trunk. The trunk is the tree. And on the next video, I'll be talking about Donald Trump and how that tie into today and the end of the world, because they call this the age of the trumpets. In the Bible, they say all of the trumpets going to be sounding off at this time. And at this time, we got Donald Trump in office. And the trump card is the spade, and the spade is the Great Mother. The trump is also the trunk of the tree, which is Ma'at, or the serpent wrapped around. She's coming for judgment. It's judgment day. And that's what's literally happened. What state you in when this alignment happened gonna determine what state you in when it's done. This is the time of purging and purification, and I haven't even went deep into the rabbit hole yet. I really want you all to stick around for the next part because I really gotta go right now. And I'll talk about Donald Trump, the 7 trumpets, the trump of Ganesh, and also the spade, which is the trump card, or the queen bee, or the bicycle. It's not nothing to do with a bike. I know y'all like to ride bikes, but when you talk about a deck of cards, the bicycle is the binary cycle. Going back to the binary code. Remember, you got a recycle bin on your computer desktop, and the symbol for your recycle bin is the symbol of infinity. They telling us this, y'all. And what does it shape like? Thank you. A container. What is a container? Something that contains you, sort of like a womb. All right? We're the living water that's being contained in the earth womb. We're the cup that runneth over when we're populating, but now they're trying to depopulate us. Earth is the cup, we're the water, and the cup runneth over when we're fruitful. So remember, recycling is actually renewal, Trinitarian. That's why it's 3 of them, 3 arrows. And that's why it's a triangle, because it's a Trinity angel. Also, if you look closely, you can see a 6-pointed star in the middle. I don't know if y'all can see that. That's a little trick that most people don't know. If you follow me, I'm going to just give you a little tip. You have to learn to look inside of stuff. Most people will miss this 6-pointed star right here in the middle because this is the Merkaba. You're the vessel. You're the vessel. So I don't know if you can see my mouse pointer, but there's definitely a 6-point star there. So this is, you're in your Merkaba right now. And when we talk about the word bin, it's spelled B-I-N because of the binary code. Now they want to tell you that this is a bin right here. But the words we use come from deeper spiritual meanings. And it's a recycled bin because the root word of binary is binary. And it's the same thing when you say bend, like I bent a metal bar, or I bent a pretzel, or I bent your arm behind your back. You can spell it B-E-N or you can spell it B-I-N. Either way, it means 10 because 10 is a tent or a triangle. And you have to bend 3 angles to make a tent. And to make that is 10 units. I went over that previously. I ain't gonna never get out of here, am I? Doggone it. So Ben is 10. Think about all about the Benjamins, baby. The binary code is 1 and 0. What kind of money is the Benjamin? 1 and 0. The dime is the diamond. All right, the divided mound or the diva mound. So the diamond is the diva mound or the pyramid. The dime is silver because of the moon. All right, the dime is silver because of the moon. The quarter is silver because of the moon, and the moon have quarters. All of the coins that are linked to the moon phases are silver. So you get a nickel, you get a dime, you get a quarter. You get a silver dollar, that means full moon. So everything we do ties into cosmology. And I said Ben is B-E-N, it's T-E-N, it's B-I-N, and it's B-E-N-D. It's the bending. The one who bends is the one who weaves the blanket. And that takes us back to Nut. That's who you're looking at right now. This triangle, you're looking at Nut bent over Geb. All right. That's the binary code, the binary code that binds us to the mother, and you can't escape her vortex. So you might as well learn what I'm teaching you. Otherwise, you're going to be a miserable soul. You might as well become fearless and get more comfortable with your spirit as you is with your body, and see how they both one and become fearless. Understand that when you do die, you just going to sleep and waking back up again. The Most High got it all under control. I just want to shout right now, baby. Man, this type of stuff just burn a fire in me when we go to talking about that darkness. And I tell you, the reason I haven't been able to have that dream again and conquer my fears, because I think the Most High know that I'm going to ace it. So y'all cross your fingers. I've been trying and trying. Who else you know tries to have a nightmare? It got to be a nutcase, right? That's exactly what I am. I'm a lunatic. I'm all about the moon. I'm a lunatic. I'm a nutcase. I'm crazy. Because anybody that's not a part of the problem, you a zombie in the matrix. It's the madman who knows the truth. The scientist who's so calm, oh man, you don't want to be like him. So step your game up. Like I said, face your fears, get into astral projection. The most popular videos on YouTube telling you not to astral project, not to open your third eye, to be scared of the dark. And it's all the divine feminine desecration. Because there's a divine feminine in you, and you have to go to it every night. This darkness, that's your womb. You create in your own womb just like your mama created you in her womb. Men, yes, you have a womb that you can bring forth manifestations from. In fact, the root word of manifestation is man, because we're the manifestors of her. Again, she's the architect. Then we come build a building. She the designer. We the ones erect the building. Men, we have the erections in between our legs. She has the know-how to get you to erect that penis. She know what to do to get you turned on. So it's the architect and the builder, the great mother and the mason. Men, we are archangels. We protect the womb or the arch. You're no longer archangels because now you destroy the womb. I'm trying to get the man back to being a soldier, and I'm trying to get the woman back to being the Most High. And I can't do it without your help. I've been hated by the black conscious community, but I really love them, and I'm really just trying to give them back the truth about Kemet. I don't care if they call me coon for being with an Asian woman. I don't care if anyone called me coon for loving all races, because my knowledge is the reason I have those stances. What I have a problem with is people not letting me help them with my extensive amount of research. For people to listen to my country accent and ignore my words. People say, Brother Sanchez, you growing big. I'm not growing big enough to have the truth right now. I'm not growing big enough to be damn near the only person on the earth decoding the secrets of the great mother with flat earth. Show me another channel that's doing it so I can share their work. But I haven't found nobody making these connections. And I'm not trying to be cocky. I'm fucking begging for help. But don't nobody want to talk about this, because like I said, the way I talk sound like a lunatic, because I'm revealing the secrets of Luna and it's ticking people off. But I can't help you that the truth make you feel that way. I'm just, telling the truth. And I'm going to let y'all go. I hope that the next show you have so many questions for me. And I hope that the next show I actually go into my fucking screen sharing links. So I'll be back at around, you know what? Just keep refreshing the page, and I'm going to put a countdown clock up there, and we're going to continue this, and I have so much more for you. But I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go and rest. Peace, much love, flat power. Be right back.